Thank you to the EA Creator Network for making this video possible. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. So today I'm here with my sim self, which of course means we're doing a long play, and I'm very excited because we're going back to our roots and we are doing a Southern Gothic farmhouse, and I'm so excited for this because I'm trying to time it with the release of Ethel Cain's new album. At the time of recording this, it isn't out, but the time this is published, it will be out, so make sure you let me know your favorite song off the album down below. But if that sounds like something you're interested in watching, then make sure you grab yourself a drink, a snack, a blanket, get comfy, and let's get into it. Alright, so this is the lot we are working with today. It's called Red Roan Field in the world of Chestnut Ridge, which is the world we got from Horse Ranch, that expansion pack. And it's a fairly simple shell. I have a reference, of course, so I'll make sure to put that in the top right corner for you guys so you can see what I'm looking at as we build this. Now, it is based off of a house from a video game. It's from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre video game. I've never played the game, and I've also never seen the movie, so if there's any inaccuracies, do forgive me, but I'm not trying to make it like a replica to that game. I'm trying to create my own storyline for it, so, you know, that's kind of what I'm going for. But I'm going to use it as reference because it's kind of old and decrepit looking, which is kind of perfect for what I want to do, especially for like this Southern Gothic feel, because I feel like most of the times Southern Gothic inspo photos are usually pretty worn down and kind of like dusty looking, so I thought this was kind of perfect. And also just the in-game photo is like so beautiful with like the lighting and whatnot, so I felt like I couldn't not do this build. It just instantly spoke to me, so we're gonna roll with it today. It's just going to be a one-story build, just like a little farmhouse bungalow situation, but I'll try to still give it like a decent amount of space. I think I want it to be 2 bedrooms at least, because I think I'd like there to be like maybe multiple generations in this house, like maybe like a grandparent, a parent, and a kid, something like that. So I'm just gonna try and mess around with the shell. It's pretty simple, but I do still want it to be interesting, so that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out right now. There's definitely a good amount of bump outs, so that will help add some texture to the build and just dimension. This middle part has to be fairly large because there's actually this like little dormer up here that has an open window that I want to include, so I'll try to figure that out. Not sure how it's going to work with the roofing, but maybe this could work. And if it has to be that high, we can probably raise the pitch of this one as well. I'm so excited to work on today's build though, because with all of like Ethel Cain's albums, I just feel so inspired to do more Southern Gothic stuff. Like that's kind of how I got introduced to the genre, honestly, of like Southern Gothic aesthetic, I guess. So I'm very excited for the new album coming up. As I'm recording this, like I mentioned in the intro, the album isn't out yet. There's only like a couple of the songs off of it right now. I've listened to Nettles on repeat excessively, so I'm very excited for that. Like I already like the singles that I've heard, but since this will be out, I believe after the album is, you know, released to the public, I'd love to know, for those of you who are Ethel Cain fans, what your favorite song is off of that album. And one of you recommended that I do some kind of nod to like the Preacher's Daughter album in this, so I definitely think I will try to do that, because I mean, we must pay homage to what came first. So I think that's a very clever idea. I'll have to figure out where to put it though. Maybe it could work in like if I do a teen daughter's bedroom, because, you know, it could be a bedroom for Ethel Cain themselves. So I'm kind of struggling with the roofing right now. I did this as a little like rough draft kind of test beforehand, just so I could get a sense of how I wanted everything to work, but I did that a little bit ago, and now I'm struggling trying to remember how I got the roofing to look this way. I could do something like this. I'm just struggling to make the not the pitch, but like the overhang match up, but I guess that could work. It's not exactly what I'm seeing on my initial draft, but I think it can work. And then maybe on the back we could add a couple of bump outs. I think the photo I will put in the top right corner for you guys will be based on the video game house, but I am seeing one based on, I think, the movie house and kind of seeing different angles of it. But truthfully, I can't really tell what side of the house is what. Like, I don't know which of these shots is the back, so we're just kind of gonna make it up, I think, and see how that goes. Maybe we can do another kind of back porch over here, maybe with a similar overhang. I'm really happy with like the timing of this build though, because aside from it being like Ethel Cain's album release, it's also almost been a year since that long play I posted. That's kind of the, not kind of, like it is the biggest, most popular video on my channel, and it's kind of why I've been able to make this into a job. So thank you all so much for the support on that video. It's been like such a magical year for this channel, and I'm so excited that I get to just do this every week for you guys, because I couldn't ask for more than playing one of my favorite video games just weekly and like having you guys enjoy it. And it's so fun to just be able to share like the lore behind builds, because I mean, prior to making this channel, it'd just be stuff that I kept in my head, but now I get to share it with you guys and you guys are interested in it, and that's just such a cool feeling. So thank you so much. But for this little dormer area, it's kind of got this bump out and then like, I guess, columns here, not in this color, but something like this. And that's kind of roughly the shell, honestly. It looks like this comes down a lot more instead of being like this, but I feel like the angle just isn't right with that, so I don't know if I can do it that way. I don't even understand how I did it like that the first time around, and I also bulldozed the building, so there's no way I'll ever know, which is most unfortunate, but I think we can still figure something out. Just want to get rid of this little corner there. Okay, and then from there, there's going to be stairs here, and I'm also looking at this little, I guess, bump out I made, but I'm feeling like the sizing of it is incorrect. I feel like the diagonals need to be 2 tiles. Something like this, and then maybe we just kind of adjust everything from here. I might shift everything down a little bit. I've kind of made this really inefficient, so I'm just gonna use the custom room tool to draw around this and hopefully fix up some of the mistakes that I've made here. Alright, I fixed this internal area a little bit. Not sure why that was giving me such a struggle, but now we do need to adjust the roofing a little bit because it kind of got messed up in the process, but that's okay. This one, I think I'm gonna bring in the adjusters here and then take this type of roof again, the half-hipped roof, and I'm gonna use that to kind of go over the overhang like this. And then I think I'll even lower it a bit, maybe even bring out the adjusters and just kind of connect it to everything. And then I want this roof line to be a lot lower, and I also kind of adjusted the slope of it. Also, if you're wondering how I get more of these circles, you just press Shift C and then you'll get a couple more of these to make more unique roof shapes. So I'm gonna do something like that. This is looking like a much higher pitch, but I feel like there's only so tall I can make this center roof bit before it starts looking really goofy. So I think I'll leave it like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, usually when I'm adding bump outs and stuff, I try to make sure that like the sides of like each bump out are not the same amount of tiles. So like if this is 7 tiles, I don't want this part to also be 7 tiles, because then it kind of looks flat and too symmetrical. So I always try to mix that up, but sometimes it ends up feeling like a little bit too large. But I think maybe with like landscaping and stuff, it could be okay. I might even bring it in like that so there's no like extra bump out here. Now let's do the same thing on the back. Okay, I think something like that can work well, and then we can raise up this back on a platform and put our stairs in. I'm just going to use some placeholder stairs for now. I'd maybe say it's about like 3 tiles wide, and we can line it up with the dormer here. I kind of have various pitches for like all of these types of roofs, so I'm actually gonna fix that by just duplicating them each time onto their, you know, matching bump out, and then that way they can all be the same pitch and it won't look as odd, I guess. That might just be a personal preference thing, but though the photo up here I'm looking at, this pitch is slightly higher than this one over here. So we can do that, but we'll keep this one back here pretty short. And there's also some chimneys up here, so why don't we add those before I forget. I feel like these ones from cats and dogs would work really well. They're kind of like that. There's like 2 matching ones that way. Okay, I think that looks good and cute. I feel like since this is basically the whole shell, we could go in and start adding detailings like the roofing, swatches, colors, and also like the wallpaper. I kind of like this little shingle one. This is just a base game one, the scalloped one. But I was also considering the horse ranch one, of course. Or maybe even this like life and death one could be cool. But maybe not as farmhouse as I'm going for. But I do really like this roof paint because it's just got so much like detail and texture. But I think for this build, it's not quite the right style, so basically for this Southern Gothic sort of look, a lot of the times what you will see is like a darker roof paint with a white siding, and that's kind of just the classic combo. So I think that's what I'm gonna go with today as well, and it also just kind of matches the reference photo. But I'm gonna put this really pretty scallop trim from For Rent, or we could even use this one from Lovestruck actually. I'm very excited because when I first did this kind of Southern Gothic build or style of build, I didn't have these really pretty roof trims like with all this detail. I only had these ones, so I think it's so fun to be able to bring that in now, because I know I wanted to the last time I worked on this. I just didn't have the chance to, but now I do, and that's pretty awesome. So for the siding, there's a couple of different options we can do. I want it to be horizontal, but we could use this one from Growing Together, or we could use just a base game one. I do always like this simple siding. I really like the contrast that it has between the panels. There's this bigger one, but I don't typically like the look of that one too much. I like the look of the thinner panels. There's the horse ranch one, but once again, it's kind of thicker than I'd like. Or we go with the trusty werewolves one. I really like this one because there's a version that looks like the paint is chipping, and I think that would work perfect for this build. But I'm not sure if I used it on my old Southern Gothic build, and I don't want to make like direct replicas. I'm also struggling to find it right now. I don't know what category it's under. I thought it was siding, but I don't see it here. Is it just listed as a wallpaper, maybe? Paint. Oh, it's right here. I skimmed over that so many times probably. But yeah, I really like this one because it just looks like, it doesn't look perfect, which I think is what works so perfect about it, because it looks like this house has been here a while. So maybe we'll go with this one for now, and we can always switch it up after the fact. But I do want to add a couple of different like wallpapers here and there to kind of mix it up. I'm seeing like a scalloped kind of paneling here. So I think we could use the one from cats and dogs, and that would work really perfectly. The other option would maybe be like growing together with those shingles, but I really like the look of like the scalloped sidings. So I think we'll go with that, or even the one from the fairies pack could be nice, but I'm gonna stick with the cats and dogs one. I'm just gonna apply that to like all these roof pieces. And maybe to add just a bit of separation from this one, we could switch it to a vertical white paneling, just again for a touch more interest. We have this really pretty one from Businesses and Hobbies, or we could stick with cats and dogs and use this one. It's kind of hard to see them in this light. Everything seems so overexposed. Since we're already using cats and dogs, I'll just add that one. Honestly, using this on the whole build could actually be kind of nice. I don't know if it's too pristine looking, but it is kind of nice. Okay, I'm gonna stick with this one for now, but we can always go back and change it. For the foundation, we could maybe do a stone of some sort. Like, I always like this one from Get Together. Or maybe we could use the horse ranch one since we're in the horse ranch world. Something like this. Or we could even go with more wood, but I think maybe let's add some stone to kind of break up the monotony of it. Okay, I think I want to use this kind of orangey wood tone throughout as like the accents, because I'm seeing that on some of the windows and whatnot, so we will keep that in mind. For the windows themselves, these ones could be really pretty from Strangerville, but I think I used those on the last one, so I'm going to try and switch it up. I was considering using the Discover University ones, like these ones could work really nicely, because the ones I'm looking at have like some decently sized windows. I'm also working with medium wall height here, but something like this could be quite pretty. Maybe I'll switch up the siding just on this bump out, just again to give it like more visual interest, because we are working with a lot of white swatches, so the only way we can kind of add interest is through different textures, which is why I like to add other wallpapers and sidings. For the windows over here, I was considering just the base game ones, but let me take a look. I think there's some like larger base game ones that could work. These ones from Businesses and Hobbies would also be really pretty. I wish there was just like a full white swatch though. Like, I don't really want this beige in it. Yeah, that's not exactly what I want. We could even use these shutter ones. That could be pretty. Or these ones could work. Oh, maybe these shuttered ones. These, again, are just base game, but I really like the detailing on them. Maybe we'll just do the all-white version without, like, the yellow corners there. That's pretty nice. I could probably use these just kind of all around. There is a couple windows based on this photo that look like they're boarded up, so I might want to try doing some of that as well. I also think the less windows, the better. I feel like Southern Gothic leans into kind of a very simple look. And again, I think that's part of its charm, so I'm gonna try not to go overboard with the windows. I almost feel like I should have some that are just have like no detail to kind of break it up. Oh, I think I was considering using these ones on the front of the build as well. I mean, it'd be one or the other, but I think I'm leaning towards the shuttered look. I think that's nicer. And I just want like one kind of simple looking window. Ooh, these ones from Discover University would be really pretty. Maybe I'll use those. I'll just do one there plus like a door here. Trying to think if I want to add them anywhere else, but I feel like this build will work nicer if everything's kind of dark. I'm gonna delete those columns and replace them now before I forget, because I feel like that's the kind of thing I'll put a placeholder and it'll just sit there for so long I get used to it and then I forget to switch it out. Maybe we will use the Stranger Fill columns. I keep wanting to call it Stranger Things, which is just not correct. That's the show. I'm trying to talk about the pack. We could do it like that. And then I want to have a window that's like open. So I was going to use the ones from For Rent. But maybe actually, oops. I think at the time I kind of built this roughly, I don't think I had Life and Death, which comes with some really pretty like broken swatches. However, the only white swatch is like, it doesn't, like there's no white swatch that comes kind of rugged and broken like these ones, which is actually quite unfortunate. Ooh, maybe that cottage living one would be nice, but I want it to feel even more open than that. I wonder if there's any Life and Death ones that are white and have kind of like the broken panes. But it's not really looking like that. I think this is the window I was going to use, and I don't really want this colored glass detail on it because I feel like that's not the look. So I'm just going to hold Alt and raise it up a bit so it's kind of tucked in, and that way it looks like an open window. I don't think there's any other open windows that would work for this scenario, so I believe I will just keep that one. And I also don't even know if I'm going to make this a room that your Sims can actually get to, because I mean with the roofing you can barely even see it, so I'm not too worried about it, but I will maybe light it up and put a couple of like boxes in there so it kind of looks like an attic, but it's not actually like a functional space. I think we can start adding some flooring though. I'm going to use this horse ranch one, which will match the trim from the horse ranch foundation. And I think maybe I'll even use that in the top portion, at least for now, just because again I feel like that's a space I'm just gonna completely overlook if I don't deal with it now. For the lighting in there, I want to use this singular bulb that we got from Laundry Day. Nice. Maybe it shouldn't be white on the inside. Maybe it should be like a cream or something. All right. And let's change the stairs while we're here. Again, I'm going to use the same kind of horse ranch one, but I want the version that has a bit more of like that grime texture going on. Okay, there's the swatch I want though. And then I will put the door here. I want it to look like the door is propped open. And I think the doors I wanted to use were from Island Living because they look like they have a screen to it, which is pretty perfect. Just have to find them. This Life and Death door will probably be the back door though because I love the texturing on it. So gorgeous. Maybe I should use like the cream version just as like a slight variation, or even this darker one here just because it is a lot of just white going on. So this is the door I was considering using. I don't necessarily think this kind of woven look suits it the best, but I do really like the fact that it's like a screen, so we're gonna roll with it anyways. And we could switch it to maybe this light brown color. The white is nice, but I feel like we need to pull in a bit of a different tone. So maybe I'll use this light one. And then it is a 2 tile wide door, but I'm gonna try and line it up so that we can get a sense of how the spacing would look. But if you want a door to look like it's propped open, this is how you're gonna do it. I just have to figure out which way I want the door to be propped open. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my grid so you guys can see it better. Did not mean to draw that wall. So basically you're gonna take your wall tool and create a diagonal wall from where you want the door to be propped open. So in this case, this is going to be the propped open one. And then you're going to put it onto the diagonal wall. I'm going to rotate it so it looks like the handle would go to the middle. And then you're going to have it like that. Then you're going to take your wall tool again. And then dragging over your wall tool, you're going to hold Control. And then you're going to unclick. And then that will delete the wall without deleting the door. And then you're like, girl, there's literally a wall there. They can't walk through that. That's okay, because now you're going to take an archway. You'll have to find one that fits the doors that you're using. So I'm going to need a slightly wider one. I know there's one that fits. I just have to find it. You could even just use one, like a single tile one if you wanted, if you can get the colors to match. And then maybe it could look like a part of the door, but usually I like to do a wider one so it looks more seamless. Okay, we'll use this one here, and then I'm going to switch it to the matching tone, and then now it looks like the door is propped open to go into here. This archway is slightly too big, so I'm gonna use the tool mod to tweak this, but if you don't have the tool mod, you could just leave it like this. But I'm just gonna hold Alt and click ever so slightly so that I can line the door up with the edge of this archway better. And then that way it won't look like there's a weird gap on the other side. And that is how you make it look like the door is open. Sometimes with this, I like to put a little plant or like a stool here to kind of make it look like it's propped or held open by said plant. So I am going to do that in this case. I'll just have to find a good plant for it. I like to use these laundry day ones sometimes. I like the cluster of them, but you can really use any plant for this. Maybe I'll even go with this taller one to bring in some more color or something. You could even do like a little collection. Maybe I'll throw in these flowers too. And now it looks like it's propped open, which is super cute. I'm gonna adjust the windows a bit so they're not really clipping with the door. I might even lower them because maybe they're a little too high. But already I think that's looking quite nice. I'm going to... I wonder if I should like extend the stairs even, because I feel like it wasn't lining up with the door and that was bugging me a little bit. So maybe we'll put them here and then we can find a fence as well. Maybe, what about this one from Jungle Adventure? It's quite detailed. It's very pretty. Ooh, or even the Strangerville one. Maybe with the same Strangerville columns. Maybe I use this version instead though. Let me consider that. If I didn't use that, not sure what else I would use. I feel like maybe that it's a little too fancy for what I'm going for, because I do still want it to feel a little bit decayed and older. So there's these really pretty columns from Life and Death that come with the kind of worn look, but I think those are way too ornate. Oh, maybe we could use these ones from Life and Death in, I think, the white swatch as well. They have a really nice texturing to them, so we can go with those. I don't know if maybe it's too busy with this fence. That might be something I need to change. Oh, maybe I could use the Life and Death fence as well. I just love how worn all of this Life and Death stuff looks. It's so perfect. Again, it might be just a touch too busy though, so I might switch it to just the simple base game one, but I'll keep the columns. Okay. And then let's bring this detailing to the back portion here. Same with like the fences and the columns. I'm just putting them on all the corners. The stairs, I'll just put the stairs there, I think. Also, if you're ever trying to do like a budget build and you place stairs when the fence is already there, it doesn't actually like delete the fence to give you money back. So if you do want to get your money back, you can draw over this and hold control, and then it will actually delete the fence and you can get a little bit of money back. So if you're ever trying to do some kind of budget build challenge, there's a way to get a little bit of extra money. I almost wonder if these should be a different color, just for some more contrast, but I think the low contrast is just kind of the look of a Southern Gothic home. Okay, for the roofing, I did want to add some roof details that we got from Life and Death that make it look like parts of the roof are just, you know, gone. So I did want to add some of those because I thought it could, you know, add to the decaying feel of it and definitely make it feel more weathered. And then I also want to put like maybe a satellite dish, or there's even this thing from, I think it's Eco Lifestyle. It's almost like a fan. I don't really know what it's supposed to be, like a mini turbine or something. I also can't seem to find it right now. Oh yeah, this one here. It's just a wind turbine. So maybe I'll use that instead, because I feel like I always use the satellite dish, which is good, but I feel like this can do the same trick, and it also moves in live mode, so that's always a added bonus because it makes it look more interesting during gameplay. In the reference photo, we're seeing a boarded up window here that looks to be completely open, so I'm kind of thinking of using this one here from Werewolves. Goodness, just completely blanked. So we could do it like that. I do want to adjust like the wallpaper in here though, but it's kind of hard to do that if it's even possible at all with just the roof. So I'm going to take some half walls, some very small half walls, and I'm going to try to draw them within the confines of this roof here. And then hopefully it'll let us add some better paint swatches, roof paint swatches. Sorry, that was quite the sentence to try and get out. I don't want you to be able to see the half walls from here though. Maybe back here we can use a bigger one. Okay, we can do it like that, and then We will have to move the roof for a second, and we can fill it in with a roof paint of our choosing. I might actually go for like this darker brown in here. Then we can pull the roof forward again. And then now you can see it's painted a little bit better on the inside. I'm just gonna have to raise it up ever so slightly to try and cover the trim of the half walls. There we go. So in order to do the boarded up look, you're going to need the debug menu. I always leave the cheats on how to access that down below, but I have the mod, the Better Build and Buy mod, which basically organizes debug for you and lets you like eyedropper tool everything. So I highly recommend using that, but that's why you can see like my items in categories without me having to search debug. Again, that's always linked in my description along with like the non-modded way to do this. So we're going to take some of these planks from base game and we're just going to try to angle them so it looks like they've been nailed over this window. These are just like fence pieces, but if you size them down, you can get them to look a bit more like stuff to board up a window. Gonna try and hide the posts of this as best I can. It's kind of tricky because these are going on opposite angles, but maybe I can cover up the less perfect bits with some ivy and whatnot. Also, you can probably find various planks from different packs, but I'm just going with these base game ones because I know everyone will have these, so okay, so we can do it like that, and then we will follow suit for up here. I think this one will work, the one that's got like the fence posts, and we can raise it up so it lines up with that. This one I can tuck it further into the wall because you won't ever really see that. Maybe I can take this one too, and I'm just sizing things using the bracket keys. Also, I think something that's probably important to mention, when I say all of these shortcuts, I build with the Sims 3 camera, and I've only recently discovered that some of these don't work with the Sims 4 camera. Like I think holding Alt to freely rotate stuff or freely place stuff is not something you can do with the Sims 4 camera. So if you're ever struggling with that, try switching it to the Sims 3 camera and then doing it, because I think it'll work that way, because I always build with the Sims 3 camera. I will never build with the Sims 4 camera. It is so difficult for no reason. I remember when I first started building, I was using the Sims 4 camera. I was like, this is so frustrating. How do people do this? And then I saw that people were using the Sims 3 camera instead, and my life was changed. So if you ever don't enjoy building, consider trying to switch the camera that you're using to build with. I guess some of this horse ranch stuff could have worked well to board things up, but I think the base game stuff is also good. I like these debug fences from Life and Death. I haven't really looked at these, but they're quite nice. Or like this little gate. That's super cute. Okay, so that's kind of how you're going to make it look like things are boarded up and a little bit more in shambles. From here, I think we could switch to landscaping now because I have the whole shell done. There's nothing else I need to add to this. I could maybe add like one more window on the side if I needed it, but I think we'll wait to adjust windows until we've done the floor plan because that will kind of tell us what we need. So let's get into some landscaping. I think for starters, we should maybe figure out where I want the house to be on the lot. This is a very big lot, but I kind of want most of it to just be like landscaping or farmland. But the drive up to this house is quite long, so maybe I'll put it like back here. I like barely moved it from its original spot. And then we can take, I want to use this dried horse wallow from Horse Ranch as the terrain paint. and we can just build some kind of path. I want it to line up a little bit with this one outside here. Maybe we'll actually use the dustier one for now. But it is like quite a large area of just kind of like dirt and mud, so I'm gonna try to fill that in a little bit. And I'm gonna soften the edges with the eraser tool. I just hold control when I'm terrain painting if I want to easily delete something, because you can see down here if I hold control it switches between the two tools. Maybe I want it to be a little darker in here, so I'll add the original paint I was going to use. I could size it down a little bit. It might look too like perfect of a shape though, so I'm gonna try to mess it up a little bit. And then I think over here I'll have like an area for horses, and then in the back I think I will have the farming. I mean, there is all like this stuff for horses, so I don't technically need one, but I would like to fill out the lot a little bit. And there's all like the horse activities over here, so I don't think I'll add any of those, but I will put some horse stables around. Okay, I think that looks pretty cute. I might bring in some like dead grass. Oh, I'm just realizing that some of my planks didn't move with the house, so let me adjust that a little bit. Okay. For the landscaping, it is not going to be anything too complicated because, I mean, what I'm looking at, it looks like a lot of just kind of grass and fairly sparse, so I think we'll stick with that. I'm gonna try to use primarily horse ranch just so it blends in with the surrounding environment a little bit better, but if I'm seeming kind of low on certain things, I may branch out from that. But they have these really nice pieces of just like grass basically as one object, so I'm definitely going to put a lot of those around to kind of fill up the space and add more texture. Some of these may be better placed after I have the layout sorted, but I'll just put them here anyways, and we can always adjust after. I'm going to keep these more dried up dead looking pieces to where the dirt is. It's kind of like a transition. This one has, is it the same? Yeah, it is, but it's just a little bit smaller. I think I'm going to get some trees in. We have these small ones. It looks like there's a tree right here, but that's really going to cover up a lot of the build. So I'm gonna put one off in the corner here. There's one here as well, but I can't tell if that's floating or not, so. Okay, every time I eyedropper tool something, my filter goes away, so I need to be mindful not to do that so I don't have to keep adjusting it. So I think we'll use this little tree from Horse Ranch for this corner. I'd like to use this tree somewhere. Oh, there's also a really big windmill in the background, which I would like to add. It's basically right where this tree is. So I'm wondering if I want to bring it to the front instead. I think perhaps I should search for the windmill now before I forget. I'm going to take off my filter so that I can hopefully find it. I don't know if it's a horse ranch thing or a werewolves thing, though I'm pretty sure it's horse ranch. So I'm just going to go to the live edit section. Also, I think these two categories are only available if you have the Better Build In by mod installed. So in case you're wondering why I have those, again, it's thanks to the mod. Okay, yeah, the window is here. It does have fairy lights, which is definitely more cutesy than I was going for, but it might be the best we get. Because I'm not sure there's a windmill in other packs, at least not to my knowledge. And then the actual wheel of it is a separate object. I'm gonna put the windmill here. And I'm just gonna raise it up using the 9 key. Okay, it's a little bit high now. Okay, that fits perfect. I don't actually know if it moves in live mode or not, so let's... It does! Oh, that's quite magical. Cute. Okay, we'll do the windmill there, and then we will landscape around it. If I'm gonna have the windmill there, maybe I move the turbine to this side so that we can kind of balance out the moving objects. And then I'll also put like the broken roof piece over there. Oh, there's also different swatches to this. Maybe this one would be better with that's more gray. Okay, and then back to the landscaping before I got sidetracked. We need horse ranch. Oh, this is another cute low-lying tree that could work. I actually kind of like that one better, so we can put that in. I think, oh, there's this one too. I wonder about sizing this one up and maybe putting it back here. I guess I should maybe have like the layout of things sorted before I add all this landscaping, but I mean, I had them sorted in my roughs, so I don't think it's too big of a deal if I skip that for now. Maybe we could put a tall tree here, or maybe we'll put the little horse ranch one in this corner instead. I might even size it down like one more. Just use it as more of a shrub sort of thing. There's also this giant, I think it's supposed to be an oak tree that we can put. I think in this corner would be best. Look at that. Okay, I think that's cute. I would love to add some pine trees because that's my favorite tree and it always makes a build look so like magical. I don't even know how best to describe it. I just love the look of a pine tree, but there is no pine trees in this world, so I don't think it would make the most sense, but I'm fighting every urge in my body right now to add a pine tree. Just you can't tell me that that doesn't look 10 times better already. Can I add it? I know it doesn't make sense, but can I add it? Okay, I'm gonna keep it, and no one can tell me otherwise because I've decided that it looks infinitely better with a pine tree, so it's gonna stay. Okay, that's good for the trees. Then we can do like the landscaping around the house, but I am going to put in a fence area for where I want each kind of section to be. So for the horses over here, I want to use the horse ranch fence because it is quite tall and looks like it will actually keep horses in. And I'd like to put that here, and then maybe this can be kind of like the pathway. Could maybe even bring the fence area back one. And then we can add the gate here. There is a matching gate somewhere. Yeah, this one here. We can put that in. And then I think I'll move this grass around so it's off the path. I think I will add some terrain paint to make the path a bit more visible. But that will be the area for our horses, and then for our farm area, that will be back here. I think maybe a very long kind of fence will work. I could have like multiple sections to it even. Or maybe they're not connected in that way. could be like two separate sort of areas. And then maybe I do it the fencing like that. And then we could have a path come in this way, go to each of them, and a path go out that way. And then this area will just be kind of landscaping. I think if we want to make it feel even more connected to or blended with the outside world here, we can take some of these same rocks that we see around here. If those ones are even available. None of these seem like exactly the right ones. These all seem like the boulders that are used like way off in the distance. But maybe I could size up some of these ones and like tuck them by the tree maybe. And that might help blend some of this in. I feel like I always forget to add rocks into my landscaping, but sometimes they really help make a build look complete and are a nice like natural border to things. So I think perhaps I will explore that more in this one. If I size down these boulders, they work better. And they kind of blend in with that, but I think maybe I'll just keep the small ones instead. Let me go ahead and put in some terrain paint so that we have a path going on. So we'll have that one go there. And then we will have one go to the back. These will probably be pretty rough for now. I feel like this is something I tweak off camera because I could probably be here for hours trying to figure this out. Maybe it should be kind of like a big circle here. And then we can have the branches. And then anywhere where there's not a path is basically where we will put the landscaping. There's also in the photo some kind of, well, I guess it's not going to be in the photo I'm going to put up here. If I can remember to switch it out, I will, but there is a well of some sorts. I'm not sure the symbolism for that, if there is any, but I would like to add one myself. There is a couple of different ones we could do, like we have this debug one from Cottage Living, or we have this prop one from Get Famous, which I do really like because it actually has like water and the bucket. But if we use this one from Romantic Garden, this is actually a functional object that your Sims can like interact with. So I think this could be more fun to add. And maybe I'll just try to put it like backwards so that you can't really see the face, because I feel like that throws me off a little bit. And it definitely makes it feel less realistic. So we'll do it maybe like here. And I'll try to adjust the grass. And then we can like put grass surrounding it and whatnot. I think your Sims actually interact with it from this side, but we will have this be the side that faces us just so we don't see the weird face. Now I think we can actually do the bulk of the landscaping, even though I keep saying we're going to do that and then we don't. I'm going to start with like these bushes. I'm actually going to take out this tree because I feel like it's not working how I want it to. And this bush kind of has a similar height anyways, so I think that works. Then we have all these grass pieces, which honestly I think I will size up and use, or maybe I'll do like a combo of sized up and regular sized ones. But I want there to be some of the more dead looking grass throughout. That way we can get some like color variety. And it also makes it feel more run down and kind of eerie. I have to try and come up with a storyline for this. I'm not sure if I want to make it spooky or not. At the start of this video, I believe I mentioned that I don't really watch spooky things, but I actually just watched Parasite the other day, which is that Korean movie about Well, it's just like a Korean horror movie, and it was very, very good. It was quite spooky, especially because it's really not the type of spooky I will watch because it's very much too realistic, and I'm a very paranoid person that I will believe it'll actually happen to me. So usually that's why I try to stray away from anything horror related, but I can do kind of like zombie horror and stuff like that. I don't really have a problem with that, but it's like anything that's kind of set in real life, I'm instantly like, no, that's not, no thank you. But I watched this movie anyways, and it was so good. I'm speechless. I just highly recommend you guys watch it. I think it was shot so beautifully, and like the storyline was very interesting, and yeah, just all in all, a very cool kind of, well, maybe cool isn't the word, but like a unique concept for a movie. So I definitely recommend watching that. So what I was trying to say basically with that point is that I'm kind of in the mindset of like making something kind of creepy and like unsettling. I'm thinking maybe like secret basement kind of unsettling. So we could maybe do something like that. I'm kind of thinking of adding this like hanging plant item from Horse Ranch. Oh, there is some more grass pieces that I have been neglecting. So I'm going to try to use some of that as well. Oh, maybe we make like a little vineyard for them too. And they could be into making nectar and stuff. Okay, right now the only landscaping I'm kind of using is this grass from Horse Ranch, so I might try to find one other pack to pull foliage from. Let me look at life and death. I have a couple of nice flowers that maybe I could use. Maybe I'll use some of these red ones. I guess I could also use like the orangier ones in like the patches where I've made it kind of dead. I also might dabble in a bit of high school years foliage because they have some nice like low-lying plants that we could use. I like to try and keep my landscaping semi-contained to only a couple packs because a lot of the times you'll be able to find like duplicates of this stuff in other packs. So I try to be mindful of that because I know not everyone has packs, and so I don't want to use like one piece of grass from Island Living and one piece of grass from Businesses and Hobbies. I try to keep it semi-contained, especially to like the packs that I know I'm going to be using a lot in that build, because then like if you don't have the stuff from that pack already, like you'll be missing stuff regardless. So I'm not sure I'm explaining this very well, and I'm kind of struggling to think of how else to word it, but basically I just try to limit the packs I use when it comes to landscaping so that you're not like missing a giant chunk of foliage and stuff. Though I'm pretty sure for the most part the game will just automatically substitute items for you, but sometimes it doesn't happen for every item. So oh, these bushes from Cottage Living would be nice too though. Okay, maybe I will use some of the Cottage Living ones because I know I am going to use plots from Cottage Living for the farm area, so I would say this is an okay pack to use foliage from. Might look a little too lush, but I'll keep it for now just because it's a really big item that kind of helps take up a lot of space without you having to put too much thought into it. Size up this grass here, and maybe this one too. Okay. I don't know if there's any flowers I want to use. I think if I did use flowers, it'd just be those small base game ones. I just don't know where they are with all this debug. There's the assorted wildflowers, but that's not exactly what I was thinking of. I can't remember the name of what they're called, which is why I'm not saying the name, but... Okay, maybe I should filter by just base game. I don't know why I can't see them. These little blue flowers are cute though. I might add a couple of these on the ground. Oh, these ones here. They're the aluhhsim daisies. Those are the flowers I was trying to find. This base game one could also work though, because it does have like those orange flowers, which I was using over there. But I think some of these, maybe sized up and tucked into the grass, could be a nice little addition. Can use it, I think, over here as well. I'm gonna try and put some more grass in that corner there. And the other thing we need to add while it's in my head is a truck right in the front here. That's what I'm seeing in the reference photo, and I really like how it looks, so I want to add it here as well. We have a couple of different options, like we have these ones from Horse Ranch. Those ones are branded, but we also have some like dusty looking ones, but it basically looks like this but in white, and there should be a white version. Yeah, just like this. This is a base game one, so I think we can go ahead and use this. I'm gonna put it on an angle, and then one of my favorite things to do when I place a car and whatnot is make it look like it's actually kind of sitting in the landscape that it's in. So I like to add some darker dirt underneath. Then I also make my brush as small as possible, and then I kind of draw from it and create like tire tracks, but I will need to adjust the softness. And I try to keep them as equally spaced as I can, but I usually try to curve them, so sometimes that proves to be a problem, but I think that'll work fine. And then that way it looks like it's just kind of drove up from this path or something. Maybe we even curve them more towards that path there. That might make more sense. So I just click under the tire. Okay, it's not perfect, but I think it'll do. I might even try and blend it or soften some of the edges with the same kind of terrain that I'm using around here. All right, I think that's very cute. I want to bring, I think, some of the grass out this way a little bit more. Maybe the high school years grass could work well for that. This. I also feel like maybe it could be nice to have some kind of like fence going along the front here. Like a debug fence, maybe from Horse Ranch or something. Just to give more of like an entrance sort of feel. Like maybe if we used this one. Could even put like an actual archway if we wanted. And maybe I fence the whole thing in. Sometimes I think it looks nicer when the fencing is just in little kind of patches though. Like if we did it like this and then put some kind of landscaping around. I feel like that could look nice. I still want to make sure there's like a nice thumbnail for this. I think I will do that. It's kind of a nice little element since this lot is so big. I think that's a nice touch. I also do want there to be a tree at the front here because I feel like this front bit needs something. I feel like that's just gonna completely block my thumbnail shot, so maybe not that one. I could put it there. Or maybe something smaller. I don't want to keep repeating the same trees. Maybe we could use some ones from Cottage Living. Take a look at those. Yeah, I think these ones could be nice. They're almost a little bit too green for this area though. Like a lot of these seem to be more of a yellowy green and these are more of a blue green. A lot more lively looking. But it could maybe work anyways. Again, it's not really the place for a pine tree, but it just looks so nice. Ooh, a willow tree could be very nice actually. What if I use that instead of this elm tree? I wonder if it's a little too big though, because that will probably clip into the house as well. Yeah, big time. I wonder... I don't know if there's a way that I could rotate it so that it doesn't do that. Oh, actually that could work, but it might... It covers the windmill a lot. Maybe I size it down with the tool mod to get it a little bit more precise. It's cool in theory, but I'm not sure. Actually, like that, it's not bad. And it does feel pretty magical if you look at it from here. Like imagine just walking under that. So pretty. Okay, you know what? We will do that then. And we can just shift over the windmill a little bit. As long as the blades aren't in the tree, I'm okay with it. If that little fan thing is, that's fine for me. I don't actually know what this is called, but as long as the blades aren't catching on the leaves, I am okay with that. And so maybe I will put this tree over here then, or we keep the oak there and we could maybe size this down and put it here. I'm kind of really gonna put everything in shadow, but maybe I'll put it like here to fill up this corner but not have it make everything super dark. I need to find the end bit for this fence so it doesn't look like it's just hanging. That can work. Maybe I make, instead of this all being white like I originally planned, maybe I have it match these stairs over here, or even like brown like this one here. And that way we can kind of break up some of the like solid white tones. And it also helps the house stand out from its environment because like the white will be the highest contrast thing compared to like the darker fences. So the fences will blend in with the landscape better and the house will just kind of stand out. So I think that'll work really well. I am gonna landscape around this stuff though because I want it to feel blended. Maybe we could even put some rocks up at the front here. Again, kind of creating like a natural sort of barrier. I'll take some of these bushes too from cottage living. I might even size them down. Do it a bit more like that. Okay, I think that looks very nice. I might do a similar thing on this end, but maybe I will put more fences. Maybe I could line it up with the tree. And then put the bushes here. I think that looks nice. In the photo I'm seeing, basically all of this entranceway is like grass and wheat, so I would kind of like to do the same thing, but I'm worried it might be overkill. I'm just gonna try to like duplicate some of this and see how I feel. Like from this angle, I think that looks pretty cool actually. And if we keep it to more of like the dead looking plants or grass up front, I think that could work. Also, I didn't realize this grass costs money, so this is going to be a lot pricier than I thought. I thought this was like debug grass and that it wouldn't cost anything, but it does. Also, since this item is originally quite small, I'm duplicating it with the tool mod so I don't have to keep sizing it up every time. And basically the way you do that is you select the object and then I believe it's Control Alt and then you just click, or is it Alt Shift? Yeah, it's Alt Shift and then you just click where you want to place it, and that way it makes this a lot faster than having to individually size it up every time. Okay, cute. I might even put in a couple of like the greener grass just to mix it up. And I think I'll rotate a few of these so it's not so uniform. And if it is feeling a little bit tall, I could even lower it with the tool mod, but I think that looks so pretty from here. Let me bring in some of this larger grass, or not larger grass, greener grass, just for slight variations here and there. Okay, I'll have to click off to the side for some of these. All right. Again, this could be very overkill, so if you guys are not a fan of this much grass on your lot, you can by all means delete it. I will take no offense. Sometimes you just have to do these things and then let them sit and come back to it to see if you actually liked it or if it was like a spur of the moment thing. So I'll probably do the same thing. When I take a break, I'll let it simmer and then see how I feel about it and whether I want to delete it or not. I think maybe keeping the taller pieces to here, and then maybe we can size them down as it gets closer to the pathway could work. I could even take one of these bushes and like size them down there. Oh, then we have 3 of the same ones in a row, which is not ideal. Maybe we could just take some of the base game ones to mix it up. I know there's a couple of base game bushes, but I don't know if they're in the flower section or the bush section. There is the same kind of bush that I'm using from Horse Ranch, but... or there's even like the paler version. It's not exactly the one I'm thinking of, though. Ooh, there's even like darker like the same sort of grass, but in a darker brown swatch. So I might incorporate some of that as well. Get even more dimension going. And it's kind of already a large size, so that works out well for me. Also comes with some smaller pieces, which is nice. Ooh, base game also has this low-lying ivy, which is a nice ground cover as well. Could do it like that. I'm gonna even put some of it over here. I wonder if it would look crazy if I sized it up. It's definitely large, but I could maybe lower it into the ground with the tool mod. That way you just get like hints of it. I think that works. I'm gonna take more of this grass and put it in the areas where there isn't pathways now, since I kind of know the layout of everything. But this way there will still be texture even in the areas I'm not landscaping as thoroughly. I'm gonna size this one up and then lower it into the ground, so that way it covers a good amount, but it's not quite as tall as the grass behind it. And I'd like to bring more of this grass just off to the side here. And I think I need to adjust the ones that are like in this pathway. Do it more like that. Okay, I think that's looking quite nice and quite cute. I really like... Oops, I just started recording in game. I really like how the grass looks right now. Hopefully I will feel the same when I come back with fresh eyes, but as of now I think it looks quite nice. Again, I need some more bushes, so let me go back to base game and see what we can find. There is these ones. I'm always torn about if I like the texture of these or not. I mean, not the most, but they do kind of like fill up space nicely. But maybe... Oops, not Let's Check. Maybe Life and Death has some other bushes. They have a lot of like dead looking ones, which honestly could work in certain areas. Since I have so much dead foliage and I am kind of making it like a farm sort of area, I'm wondering if maybe we do something with the storyline where like basically their whole livelihood is kind of going down the drain since the land that they're kind of farming on is dying, and so maybe they have to resort to other things to make money. I'm not sure what those other things are just yet, but maybe it could be something like that. I'll have to think on that a little bit, but it could be a storyline there. Also, let me bring more of those flowers, because I put them in like one spot and then forgot about them. I can put some at the front here and maybe over here. Okay, this part still feels quite open to me, so I might go ahead and put some more fencing. Maybe more fencing and more rocks. I wonder if I could angle it from here. Doesn't line up quite where I want it. I mean, I could all place it, but that might be slightly tedious. though, because I do want it to line up with these other rocks. Okay, that wasn't too bad actually. Now everything feels more enclosed and secluded, I guess. It definitely doesn't feel as inviting, which I think is good for wherever I take this storyline, because I think I will go maybe more of the eerie route. I also think, depending on the storyline I go with, I think this might end up being in my save file, because so far I'm quite liking it. So I think it would be very nice to have in my save file, but I'll have to ponder on the story before I decide about that. Maybe we could put some kind of like sitting spot back here. Okay, I feel like this is the last sort of corner that I need to decorate. I'm gonna put some rocks here and some bushes. And I will move the tree over so it looks a bit more nestled into the foliage. I might just completely surround this pen. Maybe I even need to bring the fencing to this side as well. Okay. I don't know if that's, again, overkill or not, because sometimes simple is best, but we'll roll with it for now and maybe change it later. Also need to bring in more of these shrub bushes that I was using from Horse Ranch, because I started using them and then didn't really continue with them throughout. And if you do that with landscaping, sometimes it looks a little bit weird. So I'm going to try and put them in more places. I guess I need a fence back here as well, if I want it to be more closed off. I might use the debug one again just for variety. Maybe I will angle it so it looks like it's attached to this one here. Okay. Definitely need some other landscaping though to really sell it. I like these long strips of the grass from high school years. I feel like that looks nice under the fences. Definitely makes them look like they've been here a while. Maybe I'll take some more of this grass and make it kind of continue this like wheat field sort of look over here. But again, might be too much. I like how unkept it's looking, because I feel like it looks like they've kind of given up on their farm right now. So it could be kind of a wholesome story where you try to like renovate this farm and take care of it. Or it could be a less wholesome story and maybe they've given up on that and taken up different interests. Again, not sure what those interests are, but I will figure something out. I'm gonna kind of play around with some of the terrain paint. Make it look a little bit dustier in certain areas. We could even do like one of those actual archways from Horse Ranch that let you actually like name your ranch. I don't know what category they're under, so I'm just gonna search by all and go by pack. I'm sure we will find them somewhere. Oh, I also think it'd be nice to add like some barrels and stuff around as decor. Ooh, this could be kind of menacing, like a do not enter kind of sign, or enter at your own will, own risk, whatever the saying is. It's basically like this, but an actual object. Oh yeah, these ones here. Could maybe do that if we wanted to actually give the ranch a name. But I kind of like the height and look of this better, but just as a little thought for you guys if you wanted. But I am going to take some of these barrels. Maybe I'll even put them and raise them up so it looks like they're kind of sitting in the trunk. Maybe this is like the nectar that they've made and are currently trying to export. Like we could put kind of these crates of nectar bottles around. I don't know if I need to put barrels anywhere else. They are kind of nice. I feel like I'm just in the mindset of adding barrels everywhere because I've been working on the pirate build and I just kind of scattered barrels anywhere I could think for that build. But this is not the pirate build, so I need to get it together. I think that's probably good for the whole outside, so now why don't we go ahead and begin on the inside of the build. Alright, you can see here that I've already done the floor plan and all of like the wallpaper and flooring and whatnot, so I'll give you a quick rundown of the floor plan. We have bedroom 1, 2, and 3, hallway, bathroom, entranceway, hallway, mudroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, small office, and then we have the basement cellar below, which I've yet to figure out the layout for that because I'm not sure if there's something spooky I'm gonna add down there. But we can go ahead and start on the entranceway. I put some like wheat around to maybe look like they have trucked it into the house, but the wallpaper I'm using is from Horse Ranch and the flooring is from Get Famous, yes. And I'm thinking for this entranceway, we can make this the little nod to the preacher's daughter area. Now in it, it's supposed to be carpet, but I don't think carpet in an entranceway makes much sense. So we're gonna leave it with the wood, but maybe we can put a carpet underneath. And then, so it's a very simple kind of format. If I can remember, I'll put the picture up, but it's basically a chair and a table that looks pretty much just like this. There might be one base game one that could work better. It'd probably be under the dining tables though. Yeah, actually maybe this one. It's a little fancier looking, so I think that kind of matches. It's a dining table, but we'll just use it as a side table, and it comes in this like brown swatch here. And then above it is a portrait, so we will put that here as well. It's got like a golden frame to it, but I don't know if we have any portraits quite like that. It's just one standalone, so I don't really want to use any of the clustered ones. don't really think a jazz picture is quite what I'm looking for. I could maybe, it's not exactly the right proportions, but I could maybe like size down this one, which actually puts your Sims in it. But I don't really like how the photos look, and I don't know if you can change like the filter on it. Oh, this is like the correct dimensions, but it's not a gold frame or a portrait, but I think I'm more concerned with it being like a gold frame than a portrait. We might have to try and do some like mashup situation. I'm not seeing many options. Okay, I'm gonna delete some of these. Should I put the jazz cats in here perhaps? Oh, maybe I could size down one of these ones actually. This might be our best option here. Or even like the really old photo. There's that, or alternatively I could use maybe the paranormal frame. It doesn't come in quite the gold frame I was hoping for, so I think these are probably going to be our best options. Oh my gosh, you know what? Wait, this picture actually looks like the Preacher's Daughter album cover just flipped. Like they're in the exact same pose and they're both in a white dress, so I feel like I have to use that one. That's actually so funny. Okay, I'm gonna size it down. I'm getting like awkward sizing with the default sizing up and sizing down, so I'm gonna use the tool mod a little bit. Wow, that is much too big. I'm so happy I noticed that comparison because that's so funny, and I think it's going to work perfectly. If I haven't put the picture in the corner, you guys should search up Preacher's Daughter album cover and then you'll see what I'm talking about, but I'm really hoping I have added it. Okay, so it looks like maybe it's sitting here, and then the person would sit here, and then on top of here we have like a doily. We have some what looks like maybe dried or dead roses. I don't know if we have dried versions. Actually, we might in Life and Death, because I think we got a lot more of like the dead looking plants. Yeah. Maybe I'll go with this one here because those definitely look more shriveled and less lively. I think the other option, I was gonna say maybe Love Struck, but this is not what I thought it looked like. Or even just that like singular base game rose could probably work. Like this one here. But I think I like the dried look of this one better. Okay, I think that's gonna work quite well. We can maybe add one candlestick or something. It's a little bit like blurry and grainy in the photo, so I can't exactly tell what's going on, but I think this will work. I'd love to find some kind of like doily thing to put on the table, but we don't really have anything like that, and you can't really raise up rugs without there being like a weird glitch situation happening, so I'm really not sure what I could use in place of that. I wonder if like I could 180 flip this and kind of have it look like a tablecloth, or this one even, but none of them are like circular. Why don't I try this one though? I'm gonna raise it up. I'm also gonna move it over. I don't even know if I can rotate it, so moment of truth. Let's try 180. Okay, I can flip it, so that's good. It does lose a lot of the texture though on the bottom because it's not meant to be seen from this side. You'll also see the clipping for sure, so I mean that's as close as I could get, but I don't like that you can see the rest of it just hanging below. So let me keep searching, I guess. Maybe I should use like a tray or something. I could maybe use that basket from Jungle Adventure. This one here. I don't know if I'd necessarily flip it. And it also doesn't come in. Oh, it does come in white. Okay, you know what? Let me explore what it would be like if I rotated it. Because I don't know if the bottom is textured. Oh, it is. Wait, could that be perfect? Oh my gosh. I think it's perfect. Also, I'm still trying to like keep my volume relatively quiet because I know some of you be sleeping right now. But I'm so excited about all the little like hacks I'm finding to make this album cover comparison work. So I do apologize if I've woken any of you up. I will try to keep my excitement to a minimum. Okay, let me raise it just ever so slightly. Okay, you can see the handles, but we're just gonna pretend that you can't because I like it too much to change it. Flowers are on this side. I can put the candle right there. Might even change it to white. Oh my gosh, even with the lighting, this looks like really accurate because the light is coming in through a window. Let's do a little side-by-side comparison. It's definitely like darker flooring and wallpaper though. But it's just supposed to be a nod, not like a direct replica, so I think it's okay, but I really think this is quite good. I don't know if the chair needs to change, though it's probably fine. I might just put it to a matching swatch with this. I wonder if there's like any nods I could give to the outfit. Like there's some white flats, but I'm not sure what we'll have for that in this game. Like I know we have the individual shoes from Dream Home Decorator, but can I find a white pair? I mean, there is this one, but I was kind of hoping for, oops, didn't mean to do that, one of these to be white, but maybe I'll just do it like this. That could be the kind of nod. Now, I do want there to be other things in this hallway because, you know, it is fairly empty right now. So I think now that I have like this main area sort of figured, I'll just kind of touch up and add to the other portions. I think maybe a radiator could be nice in this. Like over here maybe. And here I was thinking of putting a bookshelf. I feel like we could use the really tall one from Strangerville and it might look like a little bit of a built-in. Ooh, or maybe we could try the Life and Death one. Actually quite like that. I don't know what wood tone I want though. This one has the most dusty looking books, so I guess we could use that. And I think over here we should put some kind of like clothes hanger situation. There is this nice shelf from Horse Wrench that we could add. Not that one. It comes with like a rake and stuff. Oh, I also like this tapestry, or not tapestry, that quilt, hanging quilt rack. Where's the shelf I'm looking for? Oh, this one here. Yeah, that'll fit pretty perfectly. Might even make more sense to put this in the mudroom, but I think it fits well here, so we can keep it as is. And then maybe underneath we could put more work-looking shoes. I guess these are like the closest to boots as I'm gonna get. You can put in these ones as well. I also feel like a stack of boxes in this corner could be nice. Might even throw in like a bucket over here. Actually, let me use the debug buckets, like the metal ones, because I think that's a bit more of the look that I'm going for. But I want like a stack of boxes for here. Ooh, it also might be nice to use like this mattress somewhere. Ooh, actually, I think I'll use this instead. This is from the Basement Treasures kit, but it looks very grungy and dingy, so I think this will be a nice addition. And before you guys come for me for not putting any color in my builds, this aesthetic is meant to be very drab and kind of dull looking, so, you know, forgive me. I promise I'll do a build with color at some point, but for this build specifically, it looks best, at least in my opinion, if you don't add a lot of color. I think I'm gonna put this dark brown rug here. Get a little look. Okay, I think that looks quite good. I'm really liking the comparison. Also, I've recently discovered photo mode with like my recording software, and so you can probably expect to see a lot prettier like screenshots and stuff in like the community posts because I've been having a field day with it. And I've also found some really pretty, like I can make a pretty overlay for the videos. I'm not going to do it when I record like this because it's very extreme, but I think it'd be cute to do some shorts where it's just little scenic clips of the build with like some ambient noise. So I might dabble in that just as cute little snippets of the build so you can get the mood of it, I guess. For this little hallway, it's just kind of like a weird transitional space, so I'm just gonna put whatever kind of random items I can find. I was gonna look for a bucket. Also, I think maybe we could put this umbrella stand over here. It should be functional over here. Okay, let me look for that bucket. I just want like one of these ones. I don't know why, I just feel like it would look nice there. Oh, maybe we could even use one of these really rusted ones from the Restoration Workshop kit. I think we'll probably use that a lot in this build. But these are actually a chair, I think, so, or this is actually a chair, so your Sims can sit on it. Also, I have an image of like the Preacher's Daughter cover up right now so that I can see like the comparison, but I have it open on Pinterest, and you know how on Pinterest now it's like every other post is an ad basically. I just have one of Blake Lively staring me down while I'm trying to do my build, and it's kind of intense. I feel like I need to switch that off because she looks very disappointed in me at the moment. If I can take a screenshot and remember to put it up, I will, but I'm feeling a little bit judged right now by her. I think maybe we could put some like these baskety stuffs up here. This is from For Rent. And maybe we could put a rug in the center. I want to use the older looking rugs because I think it suits the build. I'm gonna use this woven one from Cats and Dogs right now. Maybe we'll make it like 1.2, actually maybe closer to like 1.4. Yeah, I think that fits the space a little bit better. I'm using this dried plant from Dream Home Decorator right now. Maybe we could throw in a mirror somewhere. Maybe I'll do a mirror instead of that plant. This is from Vampires, so it's definitely gothic looking. Put that there. Maybe we could even put a little sconce on the wall. Add a little bit of extra drama. Maybe I'll put it on this wall since there's already something on this one. Okay, cute. You know, while we're doing hallway spaces, let's come in and finish up this one quickly. I need some kind of runner. Could use this one that's like a sectional one from Vampires, but it might look a little bit too fancy. Oh, maybe I could try just the base game one. This one here with the roses. It definitely is on the dusty end. So I think that could work well. Maybe I'll use like the lighter version. Or actually, I kind of like this like purpley tone. Then I don't know if I want to like switch up the door placement a little bit. If I scooch that down, I could put something here. Maybe I could put a little chair. How creepy would it be if I put a rocking chair in this hallway? And then like your Sims step out and there's someone sitting in the rocking chair that is not a part of the family. That would be terrifying. So I'm gonna add it for that reason. We could do it with that one, or I also have this one from Life and Death. This one is so gorgeous. Wow, that is a long description. Goodness me. It could be kind of cool with the crows on it because it's a little bit ominous. But I don't know if the cushioned seat looks too inviting. Maybe we could put the broken lamp right beside it. Again, this is from the Basement Treasures kit. You can see all the beautiful texture and grime on it. I love this lamp. Even just in like a standard family home, I just think it adds like a nice touch of realism. I could put the dried up plant there. It's a little tall though, so maybe I'll look for a different plant. There's, again, this one from the Basement Treasures kit. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a fake plant. It definitely looks fake if you compare it to like one of these, and it's got kind of like dust on it, so maybe we could use that as well. I could like make this kind of like a key color throughout, this sort of red, but I don't know if it's maybe too strong. Maybe I'll use this darker one actually. Okay, I want something else like right beside it. I'm not sure what though. Like I don't know if maybe a box would be good, or oh, maybe just like a stack of papers. I want this to feel like a very messy, cluttered home. Like they just kind of have stuff everywhere, and since they're trying to like keep their farm alive, they don't really maintain the inside of their home. It's sort of the vibe that I'm getting. There is this coat rack, because like we have that there, so maybe I could put this in the corner. However, this is supposed to be a functional item, so if it breaks, I want your Sims to be able to access it. So maybe I'll put that over there. Is this plant too lush looking? I can't tell if it like suits this area. But maybe over here we can put a picture. We could also put some cobwebs. Maybe I will put that on this side here. And then over here we will put a picture of sorts. Something that looks older. Oh, maybe we should use the ones from Get Together. They have like these kind of old looking photos. These ones here. We will put this one. And then of course, to make it much creepier, we're going to use the tool mod and rotate it a little bit. Or not even creepier, but just like older, I guess. We're just going to rotate it ever so slightly. Whoops. And then that way it looks like it's been knocked off its axis and kind of feels like helps the house feel a bit more unkept, I guess. So we can do that. I feel like something still needs to go there, but we'll let it sit for now. Why don't we do the little office right now? It's a very, very small room, so we don't have many options. I want to use an old desk, so we could have it go this way, or we could have it face the window. It's gonna block it a little bit if I use this desk, but that's probably fine. I think I will keep this dark version because it looks very worn. And for chairs, could maybe use, it is supposed to be a farmhouse, so maybe I bring in a little bit more of the country feel with this chair from Horse Ranch. I could use it with like that same kind of burgundy that I was going to try and bring throughout. And then like some kind of lamp. I don't know if I want it to be standing or something that sits on the desk, but either way, some kind of light feature. Maybe I'll use the cats and dogs light. I don't know if it'll fit, but I could try to squeeze a bookshelf there. But this door is 2 tiles wide, and then there's this one right here. And I need both of those to be functional. So this might be asking for a little bit too much. But I wonder if like this basement treasures one is small enough to fit here. But honestly, it might be better suited in like this living room. Let me keep exploring for now. I think all of these look a little bit too large. This one could fit. This one's from Discovery University. If I do it like that, it should fit and be functional. I hope. I will check it out, and then if it's not, I will delete it. But I think for now I'll probably keep it. Does it look a bit too fancy though? I almost wonder. Like, should I use something that looks less like built in? Oh, I kind of like this base game one. It looks very cluttered and messy. We could even use like the matching base game desk for the same sort of feel. It is a lot higher though, so it would cover the window more. But I do quite like it. And I like the sticky notes on the back. You know what, let's use it. I feel like it works very well in here. I'm gonna use it in like the lighter swatch, I think. And then do it kind of like this. This should all be functional. Fingers crossed. I mean, your Sims can't get to that back corner, I don't think, but I don't believe that's a problem because I'm not gonna put anything there that they would need to access. I can put in the werewolves rug. Maybe this color swatch. I will be using this rug excessively throughout this build, so prepare yourselves now. But then again, I don't think there's a build where I don't use this rug excessively. I think it's probably my favorite one in the whole game, because it comes in the worn swatch, but then it also comes in a more pristine looking swatch, and I love all the colors in the rug. It makes it so easy to match to everything. It's just such a good rug. I want to put in some other sort of clutter, like some more random boxes would be nice. This one is from the Basement Treasures kit, and then you can do it so it looks like there's some water damage on it. Maybe you'll have like a quill and paper. I guess we don't really need book clutter. We have plenty over there. Maybe I could put some bottles over here. Maybe even some sort of mug to make it look like were having coffee and then kind of forgot about it. Like this one. I guess I could maybe put this little stack of books but there's a whole bookshelf beside, so maybe that doesn't make the most sense. Oh, some glasses. These board games will probably go in the living room, but that's something nice to add. Maybe in this little portrait from Paranormal. And I feel like just one other thing, and then maybe I'll be content to leave it. I want like more box clutter for here, but I don't want to make the desk unfunctional, so I probably shouldn't overdo it. Okay, let's just try decorating this as is. Trying to bring these bottles forward. Okay, so they fit there, so I'm going to use that as kind of my marker for that side. I also think maybe I will put a computer on this desk, so your Sims have like more activities to do. Just trying to get the placement of everything correct. Okay, and then we'll do a much older looking one. I could use the typewriter one, but I still want there to be some technology in here, because I don't want it to be I want it to be old looking, but like it's modern Sims living here. So I'm gonna try to bring in some touches of that, but I think we'll just go with this little boxy one like this. I'm not sure if I've mentioned this book before. I feel like I probably have, but the vibes I'm getting from this are a little bit like the book The Bog Wife, which is basically like this family whose kind of livelihood is taking care of like the bog and the cranberries that come with it. But the bog is kind of dying on them, and they have to do all these things to kind of take care of it. And so that's kind of the vibes I'm getting from this, but I'm not going to make it like a direct copy of that, but that's just sort of the energy I'm getting. But it is very much like they live in an old-timey home, but it takes place in like modern day, but they don't really use much of modern day stuff. So it's a little bit what I'm going for here. I'm going to quickly do the dining room, and then we can actually get into some of the juicy rooms, like the kitchen and the living room. I think I'm most excited for the bedrooms. I feel like those are always the most fun to decorate for me. I'm thinking there's maybe 3 to 4 Sims that live here, so I don't need too big of a table, but perhaps we will do one of these rectangular ones still. I might use this base game one. It's definitely older looking, which is of course what we want. I'll do it with the green legs, so if you look from this angle, you get a little bit of color. For chairs, we could use the get-together ones. I don't think I'll use the werewolves ones because I've already kind of used those. Same with the horse ranch ones. I could use the life and death ones, or cats and dogs, or just base game. This one is quite nice. I think it matches this table, but I almost don't want it to be too matchy-matchy. So I could pull in some like green into this room if I use that swatch. I do kind of like the look of these woven ones though. Oh, maybe I do make it like a matching set, because I'm pretty sure these are meant to go together. Like they're both green and brown, so I'll use that. And also like it looks like the paint is worn on the edges and it's definitely more chipped. So I think that's nice, and it'll bring in a little bit of color because I know this is quite a dull looking build in terms of color scheme. For in here, I'd like another worn looking rug. There's these ones from Businesses and Hobbies we could check out. they're not quite the right color scheme if I'm gonna do the green chairs. I mean, this rug itself is kind of the right color scheme, but with the chairs, it's kind of throwing me off. I wonder if maybe I just make them a solid brown instead. Or maybe I go with the white version. I don't know if I like it with the lighter base or the darker one. I feel like maybe I'll do the darker one. If that's the case, I might switch out the table so that there isn't green legs anymore. That could work. Kind of got rid of any color that was in this room, but we could bring it in with some like plants or some wall art. I don't usually like to put wall art on rooms like this where it's in the middle of the house because I often play with half up, half down. So if the walls are cut away, I don't like when you can just kind of see stuff floating on the walls. But I think for this area, we kind of need some. Gonna look for some plant options. They have to be small so that this remains functional. But we can definitely put some on the table itself. You could use this one with the like goldenrod. I need some kind of old painting for the back wall. Oh, I could do these gallery photos. These are from Lovestruck. They're really pretty. They don't add much in terms of color. I guess a little bit, but they're not really big enough to get the full effect. I wonder if maybe that should go in the living room instead, though. I feel like they could be here, and then we have a fireplace, and that could look really nice. So I'll continue searching for in here. Oh, we do also have these ones. Maybe I'll put these in the dining room. I think these are from Growing Together. Maybe that's better suited in like one of these rooms. I could use the portrait of vampires in here. Maybe this family is secretly vampires. Don't know if I want it to be paranormal though. If it is going to be for my save file, I don't want it to be paranormal because I don't think I'm really going for that kind of vibe. I want it to feel like a very realistic save file, but it could be kind of a fun storyline to play with. I think I'm going to use like this gallery wall for photos, and then maybe just as like other little clutter we could put the radiator in here. I could put another picture on that side, but then I think we're getting like too much, so I'm gonna leave it. We can put more plants in this corner though. I believe it would still be functional as long as it's a bit of a smaller plant. Maybe even just like this base game tree. That might be a little bit large. If I size it down, maybe. Okay, we could do it like that. There's gonna be a little bit of clipping, but I still want this to be a functional area, so let's put this maybe here instead. This is one of those rooms where I feel like maybe adding a ceiling light for decoration would be nice. Something older looking. I always like this base game one. It's got like a couple different layers to it, and I like the rose on that part. It definitely feels more dated to me, so I think we'll put that in here. Okay, I really like that. Also, I did paint the ceiling. Now, I painted it with carpet, but I didn't want it to look like carpet. I want it to look like those popcorn ceilings. That's why I put the carpet up there, but of course, if it bugs you and it looks too much like carpet, you can switch it, but I just thought that, like, that's something I've kind of been doing, so I've liked it so far, but if you guys want to switch it up, by all means, go ahead. I need something for in this corner. Oh, maybe I could use one of those corner shelves that we have. Just from base game. Or even this stack of chairs could go somewhere, but maybe not in this room because I think it'll mess up the walkability. I don't know where those corner shelves are. I might put some of these like plastic containers on here. Maybe even the... Oh, we could put some plates too. These cereal boxes from the kitchen clutter kit. But I'll look for those in a second. Oh, maybe I should put some kind of file cabinet in here. Actually, I don't think it's gonna fit. What else could we add? I'm not seeing the corner shelf I was looking for. I don't actually know what it's under. I thought it would be under miscellaneous, but I don't see it there. Maybe it's not even listed in this category. It might be listed as like a sculpture item. If I had the butler. Is that weird? If I put him in this hallway, would this still be functional? Just thinking of how terrifying that would be. Because I would definitely believe that that is like a real person if I was like waking up in the middle of the night. Okay, where is this corner cabinet? I guess I will look in the sculptures section. I have to get past all the debug stuff first. Ooh, I might put this chicken in here. Or even like that one with the eggs. I'm so confused why I can't find this little corner cabinet situation. I know it exists. I've used it many a time. I just do not know from where. I'm gonna pause, find it, and come back. Okay, so I searched far and wide and I still couldn't find it, so we're gonna have to go with something else. I was kind of thinking of using this item for rent. I thought it could be nice with like the little towel, and maybe we can, well, not maybe, we will clutter it up, but we could put some like bottles and stuff and it could kind of look like a serving area. So I thought that might be nice. I'm just wondering about if it takes up too much space. But maybe if I tuck it into the wall like that. I might even put it on this other side instead, just so that all the height is not on this one side. I also don't know what color scheme I want to go for with this. Oh, maybe this darker one works better. I'm going to take the Dream Home Decorator shelf to let me snap things onto it to height easily. I do want those bottles from Life and Death. Oh, maybe even the mugs, possibly. I'll come back to those and think on it. Oh, we could definitely put some like dog treats over here. I'd like to use these ones. I'm gonna size them down though because they always feel so large, like too large. Maybe I can also put a cask here. I don't know if it fits in the space the best, so maybe not. Instead, I shall put a cookie jar. I just have to fill up all the automatic slots so I can put it where I actually want it, and then just delete those. Try to bring in a little bit more color. Cute. And I kind of need to touch up this area. I'm gonna do it like this, and then to try and get the placement correct. Almost. And then I'll need something for this side as well to balance it out. Maybe I'll do this little picture. This is from Cottage Living. I'll do something with a bit more color to bring that in. Maybe I'll do this red one. And then maybe I'll put the mugs beside it. I'm really hoping sometime in the near future that we will get some cups, like decoration cups that aren't like mugs. Like I want this, but as like a cup or like a wine glass or something. Like cups that aren't debug so that they won't go smelly, but we could use them as decoration. That is my dream. I might even leave them slightly dirty, I think. Oh, maybe I could add like the jar object as well. I'm gonna size it down one. I'm trying to put it in that slot there. It's a lot of tweaking. Okay, perfect. I'll do it with like the pickles or something. I might even move this so it's beside that little canister instead of like in front of it. Yeah, like that. Okay, I think that's quite cute. And then now, since we're already on like the dining subject, we can go ahead and do the kitchen. All right, so I actually took a brief pause to get myself a fresh beverage. I'm currently drinking a little cup of warm tea. I'm drinking it in the most whimsical little teacup ever. It's green and it has gold trim with like little flower details. Obsessed. I think I got it from my sister's baby shower, actually. Now that I think about it, it was kind of like the gift of like the party, I guess. So it's nice that I'm finally using it because it's kind of just been sitting in the cupboard until I realized I had it. And I would highly suggest drinking out of a teacup for anybody who wants a little bit of extra whimsy in their life. It is like a very small portion size, but sometimes that's all you need. I am a big tea drinker, so usually I like massive mugs of tea, and then I'll usually keep them hot on like my little mug warmer. But sometimes I just want a little spot of tea. So we're working on the kitchen now, and the cabinets I'm going with are the ones from Parenthood. I was considering using the ones from Cottage Living, but I did use those in my last Southern Gothic build, and even though these are being done like a year apart, I want there to be a little bit of difference, and I don't want to keep reusing all the same items because I feel like it's kind of easy to fall into that pattern because we are limited with what kind of, I guess, rundown options we have. I want this to look like a fairly old kitchen though, like they haven't done much to renovate it, but I did want this kind of freestanding island situation, so I was going to use this one from the kitchen clutter kit, and I think we can put some like baking on top of it. And then I was thinking we could put like some sort of cupboard or like storage unit as well. I could maybe use this horse ranch one, or I don't know, maybe this one from Jungle Adventure could also be nice. I want it to feel pretty cramped in here, so I'm not too worried if like it's kind of like tight between these two objects, because in theory you could probably still open this cabinet, but either way it's not a functional object, so it doesn't really matter. I think we'll go with the horse ranch one, and then we can find something to put beside it. Maybe like some sort of plant could be nice. And then I think for layout, we can put the fridge over here. I'm not sure which actual fridge I want to use though. This one's nice because it's got all the little sticky notes on it, but it's maybe a bit too cutesy. I want one that looks pretty dated. This looks like retro sort of, which is I guess dated in a sense, but not the kind of dated that I'm going for. That's definitely too modern. The gold accents on this make it feel like way too new, so I don't think we'll opt for that. Oh, I could maybe use the one from the Restoration Workshop kit. I wonder if it's still functional if I use the grimy version. Because honestly, it could be kind of nice, but maybe it's like a bit too much, but I think for now I might actually try it. I could do the same thing with the stove even, but the issue with that is, what is the issue with that? I'm not sure why I said that actually. Oh, I do remember. My fault. The issue with that is that then these counters start to really look too new because they have like no scuffs and scrapes to them, and my only other option would to kind of match the distressed look would be probably horse ranch, but I use those like excessively in my pirate build, so I was really gonna try to stray away from them, but I can't help it if it's one of my favorite counters in the game. Yeah, even the cottage living one doesn't look quite as like dusty and grimy as this, but maybe these are too much anyways. Let me actually quickly play test to see if they even work, and then I'll get back to you. Alright, so as it turns out, the kind of rusted versions are not actually functional. It only gives you the option to restore them, so we will have to change our course of action. I could still use that fridge just in like the restored version if I wanted. Honestly, I think it might be nice. I like it paired with this stove from Cottage Living, so I think that'll work. I like the cream tones on them, I say as I look through the other swatches. Yeah, I'll stick with the cream, and then we can put pops of color in like the decorations, I guess. I suppose it would be helpful to have a sink as well. I think I want to use the sink from the kitchen clutter kit because it has the dishes in the sink, which I think is so perfect. So I'll probably do that. I think in terms of counters I'm going to clutter, it'll be this corner one, and then this one by the sink, and then the one that's kind of tucked away behind the fridge will be empty so that it's functional. And yeah, so for the sink I'll leave it like that. I also wonder if maybe I should put like a tile or something back here. In a lot of the references I'm seeing, there's kind of this like plaid sort of wallpaper. We don't really have plaid in the game, but we do have gingham. So I was kind of considering adding that, but I think it kind of takes away from the look that I'm sort of going for, because it's almost not even dark enough, or like doesn't have enough variety or anything. Oh, also something I feel I should mention is I've taken all of these kind of like wall decals from For Rent, and I've dotted them around the windows to make it look like the windows are a lot dirtier, and I've done the same with the outside here just to kind of give them some more texture and kind of show how long this place has been around for. I think maybe a coffee maker could be nice as well. Maybe I'll put on this counter to give a little breathing room in that corner so it's not, there's not so much going on there. Or even the microwave instead would almost be nice, but maybe this coffee maker is too cutesy. I don't know if it's better to have the coffee machine or the microwave. I could add in a kettle and then have the best of both worlds, but I don't really like the look of the kettles for this build. So maybe I'll just go with this kind of coffee pot. Okay, since we have like all of the basics down, I guess let's also put a fire alarm and maybe a burglar alarm. Though I don't know if they would be the type of family to have this. Like I feel like they just, people kind of know not to go near this house. I almost feel like maybe I should have started in the bedroom so that we could kind of work on the storyline of the Sims that live here. However, I did not do that, so this is what we're working with now, and then I'll just have to try and figure out the storyline once we get to the bedrooms. But I think it'll work out regardless, so I'm not too worried. I do want to find just a bunch of kitchen clutter right now to decorate the countertops. I'm gonna look under the clutter instead because usually I have more luck there. We have these mugs we can use. You know what, I'm actually just gonna take a blank shelf and use that to put all my decor items on, and then we can pluck them off as needed. Over on this side, I wanted to have some baking stuff, but maybe it'd be cooler for the storyline if I just cluttered it up entirely and there's like no space left to cook on here anymore. Take the cookie jar. Oh, maybe I could even tuck like the cleaning caddy over here. This is from the kitchen clutter kit. I really like it. It's quite a nice item. Though, by the state of some of this stuff in this house, I'm not sure how often they use it, but it's there. Oh, something I discovered in, I think, the last long play or something, is that there's actually cookbooks from businesses and hobbies that you can find. I believe it's under, maybe it's under debug or something. I'll filter by pack so we can find it, but I literally just discovered that the other day and my world was changed because I always use this one from the Home Chef Hustle Kit, but if you don't have that, you can use the one from businesses and hobbies instead. I actually think I remember it being like an actual item and not a debug thing. This can be really embarrassing if I don't end up being able to find it. I know it exists. You can check the last video for proof. I swear I'm not making it up. I would like to put a little sponge here though. That could be cute. I'll just go by show all and then we can scroll down. Okay, it's literally right here, but what category is it under? Oh, it's under activities and skills in the miscellaneous category. That's probably why I never notice it, because I don't usually go there for like clutter items. But this is what it looks like. It comes with so many different swatches. I think it's so cute. Maybe I will put this over on that counter there. And it's just kind of a nice option that's different from the Home Chef Hustle one. Also, the stand that it's on looks exactly like a stand that I have from IKEA. That's very funny. I'm literally looking at the stand right now. Maybe there should be like a lunch box Though I get the impression that I kind of want to put a teen sim in here, and I'm under the impression that they would be homeschooled. So I'm actually gonna get rid of that. And go back to the clutter section and continue looking there. I can bring out the teapot. I also want to put a lamp in here, so we'll find one that I think could work. The more dated, the better. I do really like this one from For Rent, so maybe we can go with that. Would also let us add a little bit of color. I could maybe do this one to try and, or maybe I do the purple to try and bring in a little bit of that color. This one looks a little too pinky for the purple I've been using. I can also bring in some purple with like this jar here. All right, and maybe a plant too. Maybe something that looks a little more lifeless than some of these, because a lot of these look pretty lush. Maybe even like this one. These could sort of look like they could pass as dried flowers, so could maybe test out those. Ooh, or we could even do like one of the actual functional houseplants. Maybe I'll put one of those on top of the shelf here. I'm gonna try and slot this down to the bottom here. Switch out the colorings of it too. And then this can go back on there. And I want to use the items from the kitchen clutter kit that make it look like your Sims are actively making something. There's this one from Home Chef Hustle, but I kind of wanted to use the baked goods one. Wow, that was just a mouthful of a sentence. From the kitchen clutter kit. I just have to find them. Oh, I also kind of like the idea of this basket. Like they're kind of just bringing in the fresh goods that they find or like harvest from their garden. So that could be nice. I feel like I'm completely bypassing the item I'm looking for. Oh, there's this one here. This isn't exactly the one I was thinking of, but it could work. Oh, you know what I might do actually is I'm gonna do a hack that I did in the last build because I really like how it came out and I think it will suit this build. So what we're gonna need is we're gonna have to filter by the kitchen clutter kit. Goodness. And then we're gonna find the cutting board option here. We're gonna maybe rotate it a little bit or just find a way to kind of center it. Wow, you can fit a lot of these on here. Oh, that's actually because you can stack them. My mistake. Okay, it's not going to let me all place it how I want, so we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and move this away. But we're going to take that cutting board there. And we're going to switch it to one of the versions that looks like it's been scratched a lot. So I think I'll use this one. And then we're going to need to find some kind of debug knife. Or you could even use like a knife block here if you wanted, but I'll use this debug one. So we could put that there. We might also put like a normal knife rack over here. Maybe I'll use this one that mounts to the wall. And then we're just going to try to find a fish, some sort of debug fish. Maybe like the bass could work, but it definitely needs to be like a more common fish. Let's do this trout actually. Then we're gonna put that down there, and then it looks like they're in the process of filleting a fish or like cooking dinner. And that's just a nice little realistic touch I like to add. And the fish snaps to the cutting board because the cutting board kind of acts as like a shelf almost. So it really just works out perfectly. And then I think we'll try and get the cooking book on here as well. I'm not sure we should put the baked goods right beside it because that feels like it would go disastrously. I don't think I said that right. I feel like it would be a disaster is what I was trying to say. But we can find some other things to put over there. Maybe we could put some of like this here. This could be maybe like breadcrumbs. Maybe they're frying the fish. It actually just made me very nostalgic because I remember when I would go to my grandparents' cottage when I was younger, my papa would always go out fishing, usually with like my brother and my cousin, and then they would come back and then my grandma would cook up the fish for us, and she always like dipped it in like panko crumbs so it was kind of crispy. And since it's summertime, it got me thinking about that. But something like that could work. Just trying to make sure everything is actually sitting on the table. If that's the case, we're going to get rid of those plants because it's no longer going to work like that. Alright, and I think we probably have enough clutter to get to work on the rest of these counters, so might as well do that. I mean, there's several sponges here, like 1, 2, and 3, so maybe it's not necessary to add this sponge. Oh, maybe I'll put it over here in case it gets messy and then they can wipe down the area. And I did want to put some more dirty mugs here to look like they need to wash them still. I'm gonna shift them over though so they don't clip with the sink. Much better. I might even put this teapot on the stove to look like they're actively boiling it right now. I'm gonna switch out the color though. Maybe I'll do the red one to match the picture that I put over there. And in this corner, I'm gonna have the light with the plant. And then I want to put some oven mitts off to the side, like they're just about to take something out of the oven. Can put this little trinket maybe here. I didn't actually know items could snap to this. That's pretty cool. Oh, we can put a bunch of things inside of... Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Inside of this cabinet. So I want to put all of like these pickled jars in there. Just kind of stack them up. Might even do like a really big one. Might be a little bit too big, truthfully. I feel like it'd be a jar of pickles or something. Or maybe it'd even be pasta. Guess we could put the cookie jar in there too if we wanted. I just have to keep filling up the automatic slots so that they stop snapping there. I might even adjust the size with the tool mod instead so that It's not as large as the pasta jar, but there's still a little bit of height variety. I feel like we could still have some others in on this side, so keep that. Oh, I did want to add these cereal boxes. Take this swatch and put the little basket there. And then we'll put this stuff over here. We can put the lemons here. The mortar and pestle can go here. And then we'll add some jars there. I think that looks super cute. Might switch up the color of some of these things. Oh, I do want to add overhead cabinets. I keep forgetting to do that in my builds recently. I'm not entirely sure why it keeps slipping my mind, but I won't use the matching ones to here because they have like this blue glass in it, which I don't want. So I'm gonna have to try to find something else. These ones from Vampires match pretty well, like in terms of the countertop color. Or there's the base game versions, which might make more sense to use if I'm just going to use it for this one small spot. Ooh, or even these base game ones kind of match a bit better, but I like the handles on the other ones better. But I guess I will opt to match the wood tones. I think I'll just do it along this side. Some of these will need to be half walls to go over the window. I think like that. Then I'd like to put a curtain here. I don't know if I want it to be just a half curtain or a full curtain. I think maybe this little half one from Growing Together could be cute. Honestly, not sold on the cabinets. Something about them is throwing me off. It could be the medium wall height, but because of that, maybe I just put them on this side. Though you don't really get the whole space filled up. Maybe something like this would look better. Completely lost the cabinet that I was using. Oh, it's right here. Got confused for a moment. Okay, I think we will stick with that. Maybe we could put in a range hood for a little bit of extra something on this side here. Keep it with the default swatch, I think. I could also add some decor on the top of that fridge. I want like the pet food from cats and dogs, and I want to try to like put that on top of there. Don't know what it's under though, or what it would even be called. It's called Woofsker's Nibble Yums. That is quite the name, goodness. We will rotate it. I don't know if it should be cat or dog food. I think they'd probably have both, so I'll just put it as the cat food for now, and then maybe you can pretend that the one below is dog food or something. And I am gonna leave the counter empty, but I could put something else above here to make it look more filled in. Maybe I'll put this pot rack from Horse Ranch. I like it because there's the versions with the kind of rusty bottoms. It's not actually rust. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's not rust. I kind of want to add this like hanging fan somewhere. Could put it on this side here. There's also some really nice standing fans that we have from the restoration workshop, so I'd like to try to remember to add those. But I always forget what category it's in. Like, it's not really in a category that I look over often, so it may not make its way in here, but okay, I think it's looking super cute in this kitchen. I'm really liking how this is coming out. Controversial, but I think I'm gonna put a rug in here. I know this is not everyone's cup of tea, but I just like it for the bit of extra texture that it adds. I mean, the stones are pretty textured as is, but it also helps bring some interest to the center of the room, which usually would be left empty. Also, I've been doing this trick recently where I take the floor decals from the Restoration Workshop kit and I will put them underneath like a baking area or somewhere in the kitchen to kind of look like flour that they've spilt, or in this case, probably panko crumbs for the fish. So I'm gonna put that. Maybe I could even put like the muddy dog prints in here too. I might also try to tuck some kind of plant back here. This square one fits, but I don't really like the pot that it's in. Just feels a bit too modern for that spot. Maybe I can fit in this one from For Rent. And then I can put the little cleaning caddy. Maybe I'll put the cleaning caddy up top actually. Except it doesn't naturally want to slot there, which is kind of strange. Right there. It's a little too high, so I'll just lower it. Okay, very nice. So with the kitchen all done, let's move over to the living room here. Alright, so I quickly put everything off to the corner here, and so now we have like a bit of an emptier slate to work with. For couches, my gut instinct would be the Basement Treasures one. However, I feel like I use this one all the time, but I just think that these swatches are so nice. It makes everything look dusty. Like this one, you can see like it literally has dust on it because it's meant to be a couch that's like kept in the basement. So maybe we could go with this one. Otherwise, I was thinking maybe cats and dogs, but this seems like one I probably would have used in the last build, and I am trying to make stuff a little bit different. I think those are like my top picks. Maybe the werewolves one, but I don't know if that's looking a little too rugged. Though truthfully, I do kind of like it, but I more wanted to use this swatch on the Basement Treasures kit one, so honestly, I think we'll go with that, because I'm not entirely sure if I had this pack when I did the last Southern Gothic build, and I think this is one that would really suit this scenario. We of course have the old recliner from Werewolves. We also have a beat up sort of chair from the Basement Treasures kit. And I think those are kind of the top two for ones that look more worn. If we want to go a little more farmy, we could maybe do this one from Horse Ranch. Then of course there's the rocking chairs, but I've already put one in this build, so I think we will not use those ones. I do think I will use this one though from the Basement Treasures kit. I almost want to go with the more red swatch. But I guess it's a little bit too red. Like I'm looking for more of that purpley sort of color, but don't really seem to find any swatches that are matching that. So we shall improvise. Could maybe use like these two, or maybe even just one. But I was thinking we kind of arrange it like this, and then we could put a fireplace here. Maybe with a really small sort of TV. We could even do like one of these fireplaces and then put some sort of like stand here for the TV. But honestly, I think I'd like to use a bigger fireplace. Maybe like maybe one of these stone ones from like Horse Ranch or cottage living could be nice. And then I was thinking that maybe we just have this little chair set up here, and since this is actually a table, we could put a little TV on it, or we actually can't. So I take that all back, but we can raise it up so it doesn't matter too much. I'm torn between the eco lifestyle one and the basement treasures. I think it has to be the basement treasures one. It just has such nice texturing, so I'm gonna go with that. And then I was thinking we could just kind of rotate it like that. Though the chairs almost look a little too small for this scenario. Maybe if I put it more like this, that looks a little better. I don't know if I'm sold on the fireplace. Maybe something shorter would be better, because I do still want to be able to see the little pictures that I've pulled out for above. Maybe this base game one. I want one that's like more wooden. I do really like the paranormal one, but again, with the color swatches, none of them work great for this type of build. So I'd like to find something else. I do kind of like the university one, but I think it might be a little bit too fancy. This one looks too new. Safe to say I'm kind of stumped on the fireplace situation. I feel like I always use this one from Cats and Dogs, so I want to try not to use that. But I don't know what other ones I'm liking. I guess the cottage living one is pretty nice. So maybe we can try to make this work. I could maybe even try to pull these away from the wall so that they sit like in front of the fireplace. I don't know where they've gone is the problem. Okay. It's kind of hard to do this. The other option would be to just delete the walls behind it and then just kind of pull it forward and raise it up like this. And then, oh, that actually looks quite nice. Okay, I'm gonna stick with that then. I think that looks really cool. Also, I have come up with what we're gonna put in the basement and what the creepy twist is gonna be. I'm debating if I make you wait until we're in the basement, but that's gonna be towards the end of the video, so I feel like I shouldn't, but maybe I'll explain it once we get to the bedrooms instead. I also did want to have like some kind of bar situation over here. I'm not sure which one though. I do like the vampires one, but again, it might be a bit too fancy. I love the horse ranch bar, but we don't have like a 2-tile version of it, so I can't really use it. I guess we could just use one of maybe the base game ones, though I just would prefer not a kind of granite top. Like, I wish it was wooden. We could even use just the single tile bar, or I mean, they're gonna have loads of nectar in the basement, so truthfully they might not even need a bar, but I was gonna explore it anyways. But I'm not loving the options too much. This one has the wooden top, but not all of it is wood, and I kind of want the whole thing to be wooden, so I think we'll just go without it. We can maybe throw in a nectar storage up here just as like a little something. I can do it like that. Maybe I'll arrange the chairs like this, and then we need some kind of rug. The Get Famous rugs have some options that are a bit more distressed. I think this one matches the color scheme fairly well, actually. It might look a little bit busy with the sofa that I've chosen, but I do like it. I also love the light that comes in through this room. Like, it's so gorgeous. What about a like life and death rug? I love the swatches on the life and death rugs so much. I think they're probably some of the prettiest rugs in the game. Next to werewolves, of course, but the only like slight complaint I have with them is that there is no like rugged looking versions of them. But the patterns and the colors are so pretty, but I wish they gave us a second feature like this distressed look from the werewolves one. I feel like it really would have really suited the pack as well. But I get that there's like an item limit and restrictions with all of that, but it would just be so lovely to have it in the same kind of worn effect. I'm worried these might be a little bit too busy with the sofa that I've chosen, so I think I'd like to find something slightly simpler. Honestly, this base game one, this Get Famous one is completely in the way. This one could work. It's pretty simple, and I could even get it in kind of the more purpley color I was trying to do in the other rooms. So honestly, this might be our best bet. What if we layered it with this rug? I don't know. It might be a bit much layered. I'll try it just as is. Also, I'm realizing now that the fireplace is off-centered from the rest of this, so now I'm gonna have to remove that picture. Hopefully it won't give me too much trouble. I want to make sure that they're sticking out enough so you can see the dimension of the frame, but I don't want to have it look like they're floating, but I think I figured it out. Okay, now that's in line with everything else, so that's good. I was wondering why something felt a little bit off. And then we'll just adjust this area. I also could switch up the colors of the chairs because there is some variations. I might do this one so that there's a bit more contrast between where the TV is sitting and the chair. I was also thinking we could put in some of these wall items. Like we have this little hutch from Horse Ranch. And we also have this little blanket item. I think this is from Life and Death, if I'm remembering correctly. And it just looks like a quilt. I love this item. I feel like I don't use it too much because I always kind of forget it exists, but I'm also not loving like the shelf placement right now. I feel like maybe everything's on this wall, so perhaps I should even just kind of arrange things a little bit differently. I feel like we need something under here. I want some kind of like trunk almost. I might even use the item from Werewolves here that looks like old traveling trunks. It's actually a dresser, so like it is a functional item, but I like it for just like the look of like storage, I guess. And it definitely feels more dated, so I do think I'll add that. I think I'll pick this darker purple swatch to kind of match the rest of the purple I'm trying to use in the house. I almost wonder if this should be purple based as well then. That looks maybe slightly too vibrant for the area. Maybe we'll just switch to that. But I apologize if any section of this is feeling a little bit choppy. It would appear I'm having some issues with my video software. It just kind of keeps randomly stopping my recording. I think it was a storage thing, even though I had like a decent chunk of storage, but I think I fixed it, so hopefully it is better now. But yes, if you do notice a couple more cuts than usual, that is most likely why. Ooh, I even like this one here. Let's find a little bit of clutter to put on this bookshelf. I feel like some kind of clock would be nice. Oh, I feel like we should use like a grandfather clock. Maybe off in this corner or something. This one's from Life and Death, but we do have a base game one and this one. Though I do quite like the life and death one. So I think I'll go with this. I like it with the little gold accents, but I'm wondering if that feels a bit too fancy. If I should go with just something like this. I don't know if that's the best spot for it, but I'm not sure where another spot for it could be. I'm sure if I put like a plant beside it or something, I can make it feel a lot more integrated. Speaking of which, I'll probably put a plant over here. Also, I think I've decided that I don't want to wait to tell you what the spooky thing about this house is going to be, because I think I should probably start adding a couple of like nods to it. Essentially, if we take a peek down in the basement, you'll notice, oh, okay, it's just like a little nectar area here. And then your Sims can, this is functional, I tested it all out. And then your Sims can sneak behind the storage. And then there's this room. So I'm thinking this family is big into trying to summon demons, basically, or is maybe like practicing, what is it, like exorcism? Is that how you would say it? Like, I think they're very much into trying to work with the occult. So that's what's happening down there. Will there be some sacrifices? Probably. I'm thinking they kind of go to extreme lengths to kind of see out like whatever it is they're trying to do. Like maybe they serve some kind of demon or something. There is no demons in The Sims 4, and that also is probably not like a functional area down there, but I think I might add the paranormal table so that your Sims can do some sort of activity down there that feels kind of related if you wanted. So that's the storyline I've decided to go with, and I think maybe they've like traded off the well-being of their farm for like the good of the demon, or maybe they've started talking with the demons to try and help their farm. So you can kind of pick the way you want it to go, and of course if you don't like this storyline, by no means do you have to play with it. This is just kind of what I came up with, and it's something I've never decorated for before, so I thought maybe it could be a fun thing to try out, because I'm picturing like lots of candles everywhere, like just kind of like weird altar shrine vibes. So that's what we're gonna go with, and that is going to be their kind of spooky little secret. You could even maybe make them occult Sims, and maybe it's like they've been separated from wherever they like came from, and then this is like them trying to get back to that or something, depending on if you want to make it a little bit more wholesome. But I was kind of going like the extreme route where I feel like they're just normal people who are doing very bad things. I'm gonna put, I've already used that palm tree somewhere, so I'm gonna put this little tree from the bathroom kit instead, because it looks a little more dull in like a good way. And then we can also try to find one of those standing fans I was talking about, these ones here. I feel like maybe we should tuck it off maybe in this corner. They probably don't have like central air conditioning or anything, so this is probably a helpful thing. I also feel like we can maybe add, what's it called? Fans. Goodness, like ceiling fans though, like in these rooms. I feel like that could add to the dusty feel a little bit, but I'll consider that because they do kind of take up like a decent chunk of space. I think I just need like one other sort of display table back here, and then it'll feel kind of complete. Oh, I think maybe I'll do this one from Laundry Day with all kind of like the baskets and stuff. I think that looks nice. And then I want some kind of lamp over here. Maybe we should use the werewolves one. That looks like patchwork. There's definitely a lot more color in this room than elsewhere, but I don't think it stands out too much because they are very like dull looking colors. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should put in a coffee table as well. Alternatively, instead of putting that table there, I just kind of move everything backwards a little bit. Honestly, I think that's better because if we are gonna have the coffee table, it might be extreme to have like table, like so close to each other. That's more of like a console table, but I do like the structure of it. Oh, we could use this one from growing together. This one's very nice and weathered. I feel like the other classic would be the Basement Treasures one because, I mean, look at it. Oh, I want to use it so badly, actually. But I feel like I shouldn't. I'm like using that pack so much, but I can't help it if it suits this build perfectly. I feel like it's also something I should check to see if I did have this pack when I did my last build because I don't want to keep reusing items. I want the builds to feel different, but I'm gonna use it. You can't tell me not to use it because look at it. It's so well textured and it's so beat up and it's just perfect for this room. So we're gonna add it. I think I'm gonna put this music box nice and creepy. And maybe something else. Oh, you know what else I thought of? Based on like the idea I had where like someone sitting in the rocking chair who is not a part of this household, like your son wakes up one night and there's just someone in the rocking chair, and maybe they also hear like the music box going off. Maybe one of the family members is like supposedly possessed or something, and so what they do in the basement is they're trying to find a cure for their family member or something. I guess that's another way you could make it a little bit more wholesome, but once again, we have nothing that I can think of. If you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because if there is a way to play out this storyline, like, let me know. But yeah, there's not like anything where you could really play that out. I guess you could maybe act like they, or give them like that Strangerville curse and maybe act it out that way, because the Sims be acting weird with that curse. So you could maybe do something like that. But that's just kind of the storyline I'm thinking of. There's like several different avenues you can go with this, but I guess the main thing is that there's a like summoning room in the basement is what we could call it. I want to put some candles here, maybe like a lantern and this kind of candle. Oh, I'd also kind of like a remote as well. And we need some other clutter objects, I think. I feel like putting more just like stacks of stuff around would be good. Just like really random things. Can put some boxes over here. Oh, maybe even this one can work well. Did I use that on this side though? Oh, I did. That's gonna bug me, so maybe I'll actually just put it back in this corner. Not that anyone's gonna see it back there, but I'll know it's there. I can also add this little kind of magazine rack from Parenthood. Be a nice little touch. And could maybe oh, what if we put those kind of like, what are they? Spectre jars? Is that what they are? From Paranormal? I'm gonna filter by pack because I don't actually know what category they're in. Oh, we could put the cow plant terrarium. Oh, this is the seance table I was talking about. I'm just gonna put it in this room before I forget. Oh, I guess with the seance table you can summon ghosts, and if you really wanted to go with like the demon vibe, you could just make the ghost look like a demon. There's some kind of options for you. I don't really do gameplay, but this could be a bit of an interesting one to play out if you could like figure out all the kind of logistics of it. And put a couple of like nods to it in the living room. There's this really creepy doll I think we could add. I want the red one. Feels more spooky. I can put that there. I'm actually getting a little creeped out as I'm building this. I know once you put these down and then go into live mode, like there's actual spirits floating in here, so you might not want to have these, but you definitely could. But you can always delete them. They might be better suited in that basement room though. Okay, let's go with this here. I'm just gonna try to arrange things. All right, I think that's good for the living room. I like how this came out. It definitely feels as messy as I wanted it to. Maybe, classic, maybe I should add curtains though. I don't know if I said this in this build or the last one, but something about me saying, okay, I think that's good for this room, then triggers the fact that I need to add curtains. Like it happens every single time. It's just routine at this point. I don't know why that is. I don't know why I forget curtains up until that point, but that is where we are at. I don't know which ones I want to use though. The cats and dogs ones could maybe work. I almost want something a little bit darker though. Maybe just these base game ones, and oh, I thought there was a dark brown swatch. There's this cream one which could work, so we'll go with that. And now I think we can start on one of the very first bedrooms. Alright, so I want to start with this first room, which I think is going to end up being the parents' room. And I immediately know I either want to use this debug bed from base game or this one from Love Struck, which just kind of looks like the sheet has been kind of thrown off. There's not even like a sheet covering the mattress, so I think this one will work really well. I do want to have a bedroom for a grandparent as well though, and I am wondering if that's going to be a double bed or a single bed. I think it could be a double bed and I like tuck it into the corner like that, but I think this would maybe be better for the grandparent. I don't know why, it just seems a little bit more fitting for them. And then this can be the parents' bed. I think maybe I'll use the blue. And then in this one, I'd like to have just a single bed. I don't know which single bed yet. Probably the horse ranch one because, I mean, classic. But yeah, then theirs will be something like that, and that will be for the teen. Okay, but for the parents' bedroom, it's actually fairly spacious in here, so I think we can put in a decent chunk of furniture. I might use some of the larger items, like this big hutch from Horse Ranch. I already used this mirror, so I probably shouldn't use it again, but we could do a similar effect using some of the eco lifestyle stuff. Maybe with this, and then I think if I search paintings, it'll come up. Yeah, then we have all of these like recycled paintings. There's even these ones from Get Famous, or there's the stack from base game, which is not showing up here actually, but I'd like to maybe use these just in a different swatch. Maybe this one, and then we could even like size them down and put them over, or just like have them as extra clutter. I think maybe the dresser is better suited over here. I almost want to do like a little chair beside it as well. I also like the idea of stuff not being like super centered or anything. Maybe let's put the hutch over here, the mirror here. This is actually an extremely large room. I almost feel like there should be like 2 beds in here, but I don't know who else would sleep in here? Like I almost feel like it needs to be like two teens that live in here, and then like the parent and the grandparent get the smaller rooms. Then I feel like I can't use the beds that I want. I think maybe if we put in a rug, it can help with the spacing and hopefully shrink the space a little bit. I'm going to use the tool mod to get a more precise size because the other one was looking a little bit too large. We could even layer rugs in here if we wanted to take up even more space. We just add more interest. Oops. Something like that. Yeah, but this area really needs something to fill it in. I feel like we could put some sort of like couch or something on the side. Maybe we could put a fireplace in this room. It might be a little bit odd, but it could work. I know I said I was going to try not to use the cats and dogs one, but I feel like this one fits pretty well, so I'm gonna try it actually. And I just need large items to fill up this room, so this is what we're working with. Maybe I'll put the beat up recliner in here. This area still feels too empty, but I don't know what to put. Like I feel like a coffee table in here would be a little bit strange. I can't really think of a skill item that would be suited for here. Unless I put like a chess table, but that feels maybe kind of random. Maybe we'll just try to move stuff closer to the center of the room, and then I'll try to put a bunch of like clutter items behind it. Maybe if we kind of clutter up the areas around it, the center won't feel as empty, or it might feel even more empty. We won't know until we try, so let's just find some side tables that could work. I want more like dated looking ones, so I'm using some of the base game ones and these horse ranch ones. Okay, maybe we can bring in like a tall light as well, and a tall plant actually. I need to figure out where I've used the other plants so I'm not like duplicating them everywhere. I think we're far enough from this room where I could bring in this one again. Maybe we could put it right here. I want to have like this little standing fan from Get to Work here. And some sort of plant behind it would be really nice. Maybe I could use this Get to Work one. I want to make sure I'm not like making the bed unfunctional though, so it's gonna have to be pulled away from the wall a little bit if I'm gonna put the plant behind it. I'm gonna scale it up a little bit so we get more of the height. I like it back here because then it hides the pot, which I don't always love, so this works out well. And then would it be crazy to have yet another chair over here? Maybe it should be like a stool or something instead. What's in miscellaneous? Maybe we could use like an ottoman here. Or, oh, we could use something like an ottoman here to kind of fill out the middle of the room. Like this is kind of an extension of that chair that they could rest their feet on. So that could work. Put a trash can in here. I haven't put like a small trash can anywhere, so oh, maybe we could put a pet bed here. We could maybe even get away with one of the larger ones Maybe it's too large though. I also don't know if your Sims can walk over them or not. So for now, we'll just do that. I think did I not put this exact pet bed somewhere else, or am I perhaps remembering incorrectly? I don't see it, so. And then maybe another plant there. I don't know if this is too many plants, but what about this one from businesses and hobbies? That one really blends in with the wall, so maybe something slightly different, but I do like the lack of saturation on it. It definitely feels more dried up, so I think we actually can go with it. Mirror will stay here. Paintings are good like that. We just need stacks of stuff behind it. So I'm gonna type in box and see what comes up, because maybe there's some box stuff that I've missed. I feel like these ones from Dream Home Decorator could be good stacking ones. Oh, there's also like this item here. Ooh, I really like this stack of stuff from, I think it's City Living. Actually, I know it's City Living, my fault. This could be nice to add. And there's also this box from Businesses and Hobbies. Oh, there's even like little keepsake boxes we can use. Oh, or there's these cardboard boxes from Eco Lifestyle. I think these are meant to be like moving boxes, but they're actually like really nice. But you can, I'm pretty certain, actually store things in here, so that's super handy. I should definitely put those somewhere, but I don't think they'll fit in this room. I will put a little keepsake box maybe on this bedside. I'm gonna use this smaller one for maybe the teen sim, or it's not smaller, but it looks a bit more youthful. And I don't know if there's anything else in terms of boxes I need to add. I feel like we may have exhausted our box limit here. I do need to finish cluttering up this side. Oh, I haven't really used these boxes either. Maybe we can put those in the grandma's room too. I can put an old mug on the bedside. And what else? Maybe some books. I'll put some more like box clutter over here. I feel like, I know I said I exhausted the limit, but I feel like there's not enough clutter over here. Or even these like big stacks of books. I don't want it to be unusable though, so I'm gonna try to leave some stuff or some pathways empty. I like the look of that chair, like in that swatch, so we'll try that. And oh, if we do want like floor mess, there is these items. There's a Parenthood one. I'm pretty sure there's a High School Years one. I'm just not sure they'll be the right color scheme, but could try it out anyways. If I come upon them though, that is. I feel like I may have passed them already. Maybe we'll put an open book on the bedside table. Oh, and some candles. I feel like I've been forgetting to add some of the good lighting features to help make the build feel moodier. So let's find a couple of candles. Could use this one. It is a bit fancy looking, so maybe we'll use some of the Love Struck ones instead. That, and then I just need to switch up the swatches of everything. Okay, and then for this side, I think we'll just use these smaller candles from Life and Death. Oh, I guess we also need some curtains in here. I almost wonder about using the sheet. But I think maybe we need to bring in some slightly fancier elements. Not fully fancy, but just more like Gothic looking pieces, I guess. Because I feel like I've made it look very run down, but now I need to bring in a little bit more of the Gothic vibe. It's a very fancy curtain, but I do like it. Especially in this swatch. Might even like dim the lights in this room to make it feel even moodier. Maybe I should just dim the lights all around. Let me try all lights, switch them all to warm, and then dim them even more. I think I might try that. Oh, except I'd like the candles to be a lot brighter. I think that means I'll have to tweak them over there too, so I'll do that off camera because that'll be a little bit annoying to watch, I would assume. Maybe use these base game curtains. I think those fit well. Might use this dark brown. And then I guess lastly would be like a picture too. What ones haven't I used? I mean, there's all like these base game ones I haven't really used. Oh, maybe we could do a set of portraits here. I think that could work. Either that's them or their parents or like the people who first lived here or something. And maybe, what if I put the vampires ones there and then the portraits above the bed? Like that. I don't really have anything going on this wall, so maybe I should find something for there too. I think I already used this photo. Or did I used that collection actually, so maybe we could fit this one in. I wish there was a photo that was like slightly haunted. I feel like if this, I don't think it happens in live mode, but if his eye always followed you, that would be extremely creepy, but very good for this build. I'm gonna add him anyways since he's from paranormal and I've decided to go the more paranormal route. But I'm happy with that for the parents' room, or just parent. I'm not really sure how many Sims live here. But now I think maybe let's tackle the grandma's room over here. So I want to use this bed from Eco Lifestyle, like I mentioned. I think that's probably the best placement for it because, I mean, if I put it in here, she can't use it, or he, or they. I don't know. I was kind of picturing like a grandma living here, but of course, if you want to switch that up, you absolutely can. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave it so it faces like this way. And then I just want to have lots of like clutter. I feel like maybe they use this as like a storage room. Maybe the grandparent isn't very mobile, and so they're just kind of in their room all the time. Or so they think. And then one night you see the grandparent like roaming in the field or something. I just feel like there's so many ways to make this extremely creepy. If she is going, or I keep saying she because I'm picturing a grandma, but once again, you can change it if you'd like. but if they're going to be like the storage unit, I would like to maybe use this mattress item in here. Let's make it kind of smaller. I don't really care for the heart headboard. I know that's like the iconic heart headboard, but for this build I don't necessarily like it. There is some clipping here, but I think maybe I could just take a bush and cover that up. And no one will ever know. Okay, and then maybe we can put the bed like this. And hopefully that should all be functional. Let's find a little rug as well. Maybe we could use a life and death rug in here. I mean, this one kind of matches the color scheme for that room. I don't know if maybe I'll switch it to this actually so it feels a bit more cohesive, because I'm kind of going for cool tones, so that bed wasn't really working. And then we can use this life and death rug. And I'm gonna put a dresser here, but I don't think I'm gonna have it be functional, because like your Sims can access the other ones. But I think it'd be nice to kind of fill out the space a little bit. And then we could put some kind of plant in the corner here. I want something very wilted. I wish we had these plants as like singular individual items. Like this one in the bucket would be so nice just off in the corner here. But alas, it shall not work. Maybe I'll put this one from Jungle Adventure. And then we can clutter up the table here. I don't think I'll give them a side table because it's already so congested here. Like I don't think it'll be functional if I add that. So I'm gonna leave that. I might put in more cobwebs though. Like that. Can also do like a couple more scrapes here and there. I wanted to use this picture in here though. Put that there. And then we can clutter up the top here. I feel like some pill bottles would make sense. Maybe a note. We can have old mugs that are going bad. I like this pottery item for like a cluttery look, but I'm not sure it's the most applicable here. Could add this little box. And what else? Maybe more of these like board games. Or maybe I could clutter those up at the foot of the bed. Have like a crate of records that I could put back there. And maybe we'll have some old perfume bottles that I imagine probably don't get used much anymore. I want to find more of that like debug medicine, because I know we have more. Also like this debug little notebook. Maybe I should just search medicine and see what comes up. Oh, that's not how you spell it. Nor is that. Use this one. I'm surprised that's all that comes up when I type that, because I know there's more. Could put some like these lotions, maybe even these scrubby salt things. I don't know, detergent. I just want this to feel as cluttered as possible. Could put more of like the werewolves one here. And then I think some candles. I can use those ones and maybe the Love Struck ones if I can fit them. this, and then one here, and maybe one in the front here. Okay, I may have overshot my items a little bit, so I'm gonna take off those candles and just do these small ones. Oops. Like this. Okay, cute. I love how cluttered this looks. I think it's perfect for what I was going for. I'm just gonna switch up some of the swatches though. And I think that's good for that little table there. There's honestly nothing else we could add in this room without making it unfunctional, except maybe I'll put a sconce here. I kind of want to use this one from Businesses and Hobbies that I was using a lot in the pirate build, but we could use it in this swatch here. I think that looks very nice. And then maybe these same curtains back here. And I think that's good for our grandparents' room. So let's go ahead and do the teen room now. All right, so for the teens room, I was thinking the horse ranch bed, but maybe we could do something that looks less like farmy and more Gothic-y. So maybe this Discovery University bed could work. Or maybe something like this from Parenthood. I was debating or I was wondering if there was this bed in a single version, but I don't really see it. I don't know if I'm just completely glossing over it, but I'm fairly certain it's not there. Even this bed from high school years would be so nice, but the bedding for it I don't think suits the build. I just want the bed frame, but like different bedding. But I think I'm going to try this bed from Discovery University. I think it can work really well for this sort of aesthetic. I think maybe with the brown version will be nice. We could put the bed this way, so that way we have everything kind of facing in different ways. And then a little side table. Honestly, I could probably fit a second bed there if we wanted to make like siblings. Maybe they're like a set of twins. I will consider it. I'll leave that bed there for now, and I'll decorate this area and then come back to it. We could even use like one of these beds. Okay, but let's find a side table to use. Maybe, I haven't used this horse ranch one yet, so I could use that. But maybe something a little bit fancier looking. Oh, maybe this one from Get Together. And then I really wish I had the bistro kit, because I would love some lacy curtains on this window. But I don't really have any lace. I do have the macrame ones from high school years, but I feel like that looks a bit too bohemian for this look. I have these sheer ones from Desert Luxe, which maybe could work. Or there's even these sheer ones from Parenthood. Maybe I'll try those. Might be the best I'm gonna get. Maybe I should layer it with something. Don't know what yet, but it could be nice to have like a layered look. None of these are really working. Okay, I guess we shall not layer then. Oh, unless I use the cats and dogs ones. Those kind of layer pretty well. Okay, I actually might try these. I just don't know what swatch to put them in. Maybe I'll just use the white for now. It does have this room looking very bland though. Maybe I'll put the red bed on this side and the brown one over here. I feel like maybe I should copy the curtain situation. Oh. This window is a lot shorter than this window. And I think maybe I should adjust that. Okay, I think that can work. And then we'll find a rug. I think maybe I could get away with using a werewolves one. Because the only one I've used is in this room, and it's barely even noticeable because it's so hidden under the desk. So I think it could pass here. Maybe we could use this one. Again, it might be too warm though, so let me find something else. Maybe I'll go with this one. It's got the red still, but it also has a little bit of blue. So that can kind of help cool it down. Right, and then I'd like a little gallery wall there, so I did put these pictures in here, so I can use those, but I think I will add on to it. I'm gonna switch up the swatches. I just need to make sure I have the layout sorted. I don't think I want to use any of those. Maybe just one other. That might be too big. I just want like one really small portrait or picture. Maybe we'll use this rooster or chicken here. And then I'll switch up the color schemes a little bit. I think the silver frame might actually work best in this room. And I'll use this burgundy one to try and tie in the stuff from over there. And then I'd like a really dated looking lamp. Or just maybe a lamp and a candle. I want to use these candlesticks in here, I think. Maybe I'll use the lantern from Growing Together. It's not exactly what I was picturing, but I do like it. Or maybe even the Discover University one would be better. Or this base game one isn't half bad. Let me try the base game one actually. Because it has a little pull cord, which I like. I want some like little pictures for here, but we're very limited on our options for that. Like I basically have the choice between an apple or a pear. So I guess we'll do an apple since we have red going on. And then maybe some books. And I'll probably, maybe I could put like a water bottle too. Okay, I think that's cute. I don't know if it's worth trying to fit a plant on here. Maybe we'll just put one beside. We could use that one from Horse Ranch. There. I might do it with the yellow actually. I feel like we need something on this wall. Maybe a mirror or something. If I don't put a second bed in here, I'm not entirely sure what I will add. So I guess we will add a second bed. They can be twins or just siblings. If you want to have like more age ranges, it could be like a teen and then their younger sibling, or like a child and a toddler, something like that. I'm gonna switch out these side tables so that they're not so matchy-matchy. I almost wonder if I should do the same with the bed, just for like a bit of extra variety. That one's maybe too cottagey. Could maybe try this base game one. I feel like this color palette would work for it. You know what, let's try it. I feel like I didn't use this bed ever, really. It's definitely a lot fancier than these rooms, so I might have to come back and touch those up so they match, because I'm not getting as much of the Gothic vibe from those ones as I am from this room. So I think maybe I should try to make the things match a little bit better, but I'll probably tweak that off camera and then show you guys in the tour or something. I'm gonna put the little sconce there again, and then I'll probably put a lamp right beside it. And some other pictures. I don't know what ones we have left that I haven't exhausted. Maybe the basement treasures could work. Like that. Cute. And for a plant, maybe I could use this one. It's just a base game one. Ooh, or maybe I use some of the flowers from Life and Death again. I haven't used kind of the dried feathery looking one, so maybe I could use that if I could find it, or even the single rose feels kind of fitting for this. Oh, this is the plant I was talking about. Maybe I could do both of them. Like this. I might add a mug or something on this side as well to add just some more interest. Oh, and this little trinket item would be cute. Okay, I think like that is nice. Let me switch up the color of this though. I think that's looking very nice. I wonder if now this rug needs to be centered, if I'm going to commit to it being two sims in here. Maybe I like alternate the rugs so that you get a little bit of each. But I think maybe that one's too warm for this build, so I'll take it out and put something else. Oh, maybe the circle rug from Life and Death can be fitting. It's a lot of pattern in here, but it could be okay. I mean, those ones match very well in color scheme, but I think it is too busy. What about just this base game one? Maybe instead I can put like a woven rug. Maybe I could use this one. Cute. And maybe we bring in a partition too so that okay, I keep like messing up my keys. So that there's a bit more division between the two sims if they wanted. I don't know why, but I feel like there needs to be a globe in here. Okay. Ooh, I like the blanket rack as well. I should probably bring in some more radiators too. Okay, I'm not seeing all the dividers that I wanted. I feel like I just keep going past them. Oh, okay, here we go. This will work. I could do this one or this one with the little flowers. I think I like better. Like that. Maybe we'll just put the globe here, or maybe it doesn't really fit in this area. We'll get rid of it, and we'll put the little keepsake box on this side table here. And I'm honestly going to bring in another hamper too. Maybe the blanket rack can go right here. Like that. I feel like there needs to be something at the foot of the bed here. I don't really know what just yet. But I do think I could fit something. And I think I can fit some kind of plant here. I want to use the cottage living one, but I did just use it in the bathroom. But maybe if I size it down, no one will know. Okay, if you're in half a path down, you will know. So maybe I shouldn't use that one. What if I put it... I'm just kind of running out of cute plants to use. I could do this one. It just doesn't... It looks more like a table plant than a... what's it called? I'm blanking. Than a floor plant. There we go. Oh, maybe I'll use the dried up fluffy plant. Because I think I last used that in the hallway, so I feel like we'd be okay. Yeah, I can't really see it from anywhere here, so that is all good. I'll shift that over a bit. They're kind of the only one with the mirror right now, so I wonder if I put a second mirror on the wall, like over here. I think maybe with a dresser would be nice. I just don't think we have the space for it. Yeah, it's gonna make the hallway too narrow. Maybe we'll put the mirror on the end of the bed here. And you know what? I think that's done for this room, so now all we have left to do is the basement. Alright, so before we move to the basement, I did make a couple of changes to this room here. I wanted it to feel more gothic than how I had it, because originally it just felt pretty run down instead of like a rundown gothic, so I made some tweaks like that. And then I also switched out the bed in here. And that's about it for the upstairs, aside from this random addition of a random vampire in my house. I didn't invite her in. I don't know how she got here. But then we get to this room, which is going to be like the shrine summoning room. So I switched the lights to red because I figured that felt pretty spooky. So let's decorate this little entranceway first. Honestly, I'm thinking all I want to put in here is those kind of like flame things from Life and Death. I don't know the name of them, but the Umbra's Bane torch is what I want to put in here. And they're currently yellow, but honestly maybe I'll make them like a red-orange so it feels more ominous. And I don't think I want to put anything else because I mean it's just kind of like an entranceway, I guess, so we'll leave it like that. So now we can work on this area. So this is the little like occult marking from the paranormal stuff pack, but I'm just sizing it up so it looks a little bit more like some kind of summoning circle. I guess other options could be like this one from Jungle Adventure, or we even have like certain ones from Realm of Magic. I'm trying to see what other packs we might have. You can maybe get away with this one from Get Famous. I'm just trying to show you alternatives if you don't have some of this stuff. But the red one definitely feels the most menacing, so that's the one I'm gonna go with. Oh, maybe even like this corner rug from Get Famous as well. But we're gonna stick with this one, and then I'm gonna put the seance table from Paranormal in between it. Though I feel like maybe we could like dot candles around it, but I think we'll leave the seance table here, and then I'll save the candles for the upper portion there because I kind of have a vision for that. but I guess we'll just stick with like the red theme. We could, or maybe we could do the black and do like a red ball on it. I do think I want different chairs though. These ones are super cute, but they're not quite menacing enough for what I'm going for. Also, the wallpaper and the flooring is horse ranch, by the way, because you didn't see me add that. What chair feels menacing? This doesn't feel menacing per se, but it does feel definitely like it could be haunted or something. Same with the vampires one. I like the swatches on these, so maybe we'll go with that. Definitely weird stuff happening down here. But for this little portion up here, I basically want to cover it with like candles all around some kind of like altar thing. I was trying to look up like reference photos of like shrines and stuff, but none of them were quite what I was looking for. And when I searched up like seance rooms, they were all a lot more magical and like whimsical looking, and I'm trying to make this a little bit spooky, kind of like some kind of like horror video game. I can picture the game I'm thinking of, but I can't remember the name for the life of me right now. So I also wonder if I can change the color of the candles or if they'll always be this blue color. But either way, I think we will put a whole bunch of these because I think it's very applicable. However, with the platforms, it's not really wanting me to rotate it. I feel like maybe I could even do some large ones. Maybe we could even get more precise sizes with the tool mod if I wanted. But I do think I'll put in a couple of other candles as well. Like, I don't think it'll just be those ones. Like, definitely life and death ones can work. Even like these ones here. Or maybe those are a little too cutesy. But for here, I need some kind of like surface thing. I almost feel like that base game, this right here, this base game pedestal could work nicely. It's kind of what I was envisioning the most. But I guess this kind of pedestal could also work. This is from Jungle Adventure as well. It's just a little bit tall. Of course I could lower it, but I think maybe I naturally like the height of this one a little bit better. But I guess they're not too dissimilar in height. Like they're fairly about the same size. We'll go with the darker version. And I'm gonna try and like move the position of some of these. Maybe I should keep all the candles like the yellow color though, because I feel like that's most realistic. But oh, actually, I guess it still looks like the flame is like white. So you know what, honestly, maybe we could switch it. I feel like I still want to keep the red glow, so maybe I'll change a couple of them. Especially maybe like these big ones. Okay, I think this is gonna look very spooky like I had hoped. I think I want to put some kind of mirror above it. Maybe the vampires one. This one is kind of like foggy all the time, which I think is because isn't the thing with vampires that they're like not supposed to be able to see in the mirrors or something? Or like they can't see mirrors, or they can't see themselves in the mirrors. I'm not really caught up on vampire lore, but I feel like it's something like that. Could maybe use this really fancy looking one. I will lower it just a bit though, so that it's not clipping through the ceiling. Also, if you guys place this, there's a chance that these ceilings might delete on some of these basement rooms, because it keeps happening where I log in to my game and then like the ceiling is missing like this. So basically you'll just click on the room and then click the yellow band going around it and then click build ceiling, and then it'll fix it just fine. So just as like a fair warning, I think it's because I'm using platforms down here, so it's kind of making everything glitch out a little bit. I'm gonna put the little scepter guys or specter guys beside it, and we'll do it that way. I also feel like there should maybe be some suspicious markings on here. You know what I'm referring to. Maybe I'll put it over here instead, because it doesn't want to seem to work on the platform. Oh, I could use like this angled piece on the platform. Okay. And I kind of want to put the same sort of occult marking on here. Just like a miniature version. I guess I'll have to manually search for it because I covered it with all of like the splatters. I wonder if I should do it in a different color up here. I think maybe if I put it in red, it might be hard to see. It's not too bad actually, so I think we will use it. I might put a couple more candles like around it that look a bit more methodically placed. Would you put one in the center? I'm not sure. Oh, what if I put this like skull? Oh my gosh, this is so freaky. Why did I come up with this idea? Okay, I'm just gonna add some other random skull items here. These are from werewolves. They're meant to be like collectibles, but they definitely feel spooky for this. Maybe we could even like put this one off to the side and then put the jaw in the middle. Okay, I am officially creeped out, so I think I've done a good job. I guess we could even put like a music box in here as well. Is there like a haunted radio station that comes with like vampires or something? Because I feel like that could work really well in here. I'm also gonna put these piles of bones around from Jungle Adventure, and maybe we could put in some like red crystals and stuff. Like these are maybe like offerings as well. I don't even know. There's the cow plant down here. What if the cow plant is the demon they are trying to summon? You could definitely make it kind of goofy that way. I'm pretty sure there's a debug cow plant that maybe I could add. Maybe that's who they talk to. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna search it and see what comes up. Yeah, like there's the dead one from Life and Death. Should I put that in here? I'm honestly kind of tempted. Like maybe their summoning worked and this is what it brought about. But I don't think I will, but it is kind of a funny idea, so feel free to put it into your own game. I'm gonna add the menacing skull above. Maybe I should lower it even more because it's kind of clipping still. Just based on all like the cow plant stuff in here, I am thinking that that's what they're trying to summon, which I think is kind of funny. I guess it could make sense because I said that their like farm was kind of dying, and maybe because their ground is so destroyed, like they can't grow any cow plants from it, so they're trying to summon a cow plant. If you want to make it less serious, that's definitely a way to go about it. I actually think that's kind of funny. Maybe I should put like a planter pot down here or something. I do want some stuff along the sides here. I know there's some vases from Jungle Adventure that we could add that also have kind of like those bones and stuff. I just need to find the pack. There's also a machete. I'm going to put this at the base of this, like it's a ceremonial thing. And then, oh, we could even put just like the straight up skeletons in here. Depends how creepy I want to make it. Might put in a couple of wall marks as well. Yeah, these pots here have like remnants in them, so I think we'll add those. Just kind of off in the corners. I forgot that eyedropping removes my filter, so I'm gonna go back. Maybe I'll put like 2 of these. Or should these maybe go on like the outsides here? Kind of freaky. And here. All right. And I'm not sure there's anything else I need to add. I feel like I probably checked about every creepy item in this game. So why don't we move on to the tour now? Alright, we're going to try a bit of a different thing today with the tour. I have the game filter on with my NVIDIA app right now, so that's why it looks like this. Let me know in the comments if you like how this looks, or if you prefer if I do the tours without this on. But I'm just going to take us around this build. I think this corner specifically looks so gorgeous with the filter. Obsessed. And then we come back here to the little farm area. We've got our little laundry area, our chicken coop. This is the back of the house. Then we come over here, we have our small fire pit. Then we have our picnic area, the side of the house, also very gorgeous. Our well. And then we're back to the front of the house and can make our way inside. We have my sim sitting on the porch here, looking very angry. I'm not entirely sure why. And then we come on inside, except I'm too much in the floor, and we have our little Ethel Kane area. I'm obsessed with how this part came out. Then we have our rocking chair, the hallway. We'll go into the teen room first. Again, I love how these rooms look with this filter on, and just in general. I really like the additional wall idea I added though. I think that's very fun. Ta-da! And then we can go on out and into... Oh, look at the light in this hall. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's so gorgeous. Okay, then we'll go into the grandparents' room. Very cluttered in here. Super cute though. I like that one time one of you commented that you can smell my builds, and I think that's probably the best compliment I've ever gotten towards my builds before, because if you can smell something via video, then you know you've done a good job of capturing the aesthetic. And I would say for the most part, I feel like I could smell this build. So as weird as it is, I think it's a very applicable comment. So thank you to whoever said that all those months ago. Then we have the bathroom here. Nothing too crazy, but I do really like it. And then we can come on out. Here's more of our hallway, which I didn't show. Oh my god, the view from the porch is beautiful. And then we have our little hallway here. We have the living room. Again, so gorgeous. Just the lighting on this lot in the evening is stunning. I love all the little trinkets we added. I even think you can turn this fan on, so that's fun. Then we'll come over here to our little like mudroom sort of situation. Again, there's not too much happening here, but I think the simplicity is kind of nice. And then over here we have the dining room. This is functional. I tested it out, so you should be good. And we have the kitchen. I like our little fillet setup here. Very cute. And then we make our way over into the office, which is very narrow, but it should be functional. I know your Sims can at least get through the doorways. And then we come down to the basement, and this is where things get spooky. So we have this creepy hutch here, the even creepier light. with all the utility stuff. I use the one from the Restoration Workshop kit, but you can use the ones from For Rent as well. You can substitute as needed. Then we have our little nectar area. Very cute. And again, I'm hoping this reads as like there's nothing to see behind it, like it just continues on, but your Sims can actually sneak past here. And then there's a very skinny hallway, and then a slightly less skinny hallway, and then you go through this door and bang, creepiness. We have red fire skeletons. It's so obnoxious here. And then we come into the very, very creepy room here, again with more skeletons. You can make your way up the steps to the altar, if you will. And this is what we have, trying to summon our cow plant spirit. So this is a very spooky room. Hopefully you guys don't think I'm insane because I created this. I don't know why my brain came up with it. I have no excuses. Alright everyone, so that has been us building this Southern Gothic farmhouse inspired by Ethel Cain and apparently some very spooky paranormal activity. I'm pretty happy with the storyline we came up with. I have never done something like this before, and hopefully you guys have enjoyed it as well. As always, if you have any comments or suggestions or things you want to see me build, make sure you leave it down below. Also make sure to give this video a like and subscribe if you want to see some future content, and ignore the fact that my sim self just abandoned us, and hopefully I will see you all in the next video. Bye guys!